Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department pays a visit to a suspected fraudster.
He wasn't expecting the knock. He wasn't expecting anyone, I don't think, to catch up with what he'd been up to.
A brazen bus claim is busted.
She may as well have been sitting on the bonnet of the car with her feet up, reading the newspaper, wearing a T-shirt saying, "I'm not in my car."
And a claimant is their own worst enemy.
But if those rings have been lost, why would your wife be wearing them yesterday?
Well, I don't know.
Everyone who works in insurance should know what a hard line the industry takes against fraud, from junior claims handlers up to high-flying city brokers like Jay Solder. Solder's generous salary meant he frequently jetted off on luxury holidays, but one sunshine break ended up under a black cloud, and he had to make a claim.
He lost his jacket whilst on a flight coming back from a European destination. Contained within his jacket was a pen, mobile phone, wallet and some cash.
Matthew Crawford Thomas is the fraud manager at Intana, a company that's a claims management specialist, handling claims on behalf of insurers.
Claim Mr. Solder submitted to us in May 2013 was in the region of between £4,000 and £4,500. On the basis of it, the claim looked 100% genuine.
But Solder's travel claim was the start of a journey that would lead all the way to court.
As soon as I opened up the documents for Mr. Solder's claim, alarm bells started to ring. I recognised the name Jay and the occupation insurance broker. To have that first name and that occupation the same, to me, seemed a bit strange.
Matthew soon discovered it was no mere coincidence.
After a bit more digging, I'd actually found out that he submitted a claim to us in January of the same year, this time under the name Jay Webb.
But Jay Solder hadn't stopped at a fake name.
I ran the date of birth through our system and found a match at a completely different address for the same first name, different surname, same bank account, same occupation. For me, the two claims were from exactly the same person.
Not only was there a close match on the personal details, there were other similarities too.
Most of the items that he claimed for in January 2013 and in May 2013 were exactly the same items. It was unfortunate for Mr. Solder. He thought he was dealing with two different companies. However, both claims landed on my desk, albeit 4 months apart.
Convinced that there had never been a loss and that the whole thing was fabricated, Matthew liaised with IFED, the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, and they launched an investigation headed up by DC Aman Taylor.
One of the main inquiries I did was to contact the airlines to find out if he actually flew. And it transpired that on one of the flights, he hadn't flown. He'd bought the cheapest ticket he could find from Stansted to France and used the boarding pass as proof of him flying.
With the evidence building, Solder's holiday scam was about to be permanently grounded.
By now, we were certain that there was something wasn't right and that we needed to go around and speak with Mr. Solder officially.
We rocked up to the house at 7:30 in the morning and began to give the IFED knock on the door.
Eventually, Solder opened the door and let the officers into his property.
From the City of London Police Insurance Fraud Team.
Right.
I'm here to speak to you regarding a claim that you've made.
Right.
So I can come in.
Yeah.
I've got my colleagues here with me.
First thing we do in that circumstance is to arrest him. You're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation relating to the claim that's been made, alright?
Okay.
I've got to caution you, actually, you don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. If you don't want to mention any questions, something too later on in court, anything you do so may be given in evidence. When Jay Solder was placed under arrest, he was visibly shaken. So he wasn't expecting the knock. He wasn't expecting anyone, I don't think, to catch up with what he'd been up to. I can see you're upset about it, but unfortunately this is the way it's going to have to be dealt with today.
Okay.
Alright. And then we went about our business searching to try and find the items that he'd claimed for, especially given the fact that we knew on one of the travel claims he hadn't even travelled.
If the evidence they found was related to the claims, it would prove vital.
Good. No, nothing. We like to be thorough, and I said. Bathroom's clear.
They're the sunglasses which are, or the same make and model of the sunglasses that have been reported stolen as well. So we'll seize them.
Lo and behold, items that Mr. Solder had claimed for were located at the property. See that?
And that's going to be the camera then.
There was one item in particular which was a Sony camera, which featured in a lot of the claims, along with a number of other items which were matched or similar items to ones that have been reported stolen.
Still to come, the raid continues.
I'll have to get this down. I think this is a bag of money.
And more, much more, comes to light.
£6,000 cash is not something you usually come across in a normal house search.
And words fail when CCTV reveals a false claim.
There aren't enough syllables in the word incredulous to describe how I actually felt when I looked at this. I just wanted to scream at the screen saying, "She's not in the car!"
More and more, the insurance industry is relying on technology to detect fraud, from large-scale cons right down to minor household claims. What these scammers all have in common is that they underestimate the sophisticated resources available.
Good afternoon, you're speaking to Claire at ICOG. How can I help?
My wife took her rings off. I just can't find them anywhere.
On the surface, this claimant seemed to be making a fairly routine household insurance claim.
It was Sunday. We was out doing the garden, and my wife took her rings off, the 3 rings what she had on her finger. Then we went out and did the garden. After a few hours, and we realised that the rings had gone. I've had the Uber out, I've had the bins. I didn't know if I'd scooped them up or the cat knocked them off the side. I've looked under the units. I just can't find them anywhere.
But the claimant had dug a hole for himself with the shady gardening story.
It was quite unbelievable that it's just an unexplained loss. The rings have just vanished from the property. Whilst the back door had been open, their eyesight had been in the property at all times. There was just no way these rings could just have disappeared from this kitchen.
Claire Mitten, from specialist claims consultants ICOG, worked on the case. The insurance company wanted Claire to use her expertise to root out any inconsistencies in the claimant's version of events.
We asked him to forward us any proof of ownership he might have, so in the form of a receipt, a valuation, as well as a photograph. He submitted a photograph of his wife wearing the rings, but was unable to provide us with any receipts or valuations.
But rather than burying any suspicions, the photo planted further seeds of doubt.
When we received the photograph, to the untrained eye, it would look like a very normal photograph. It was a lady on her sofa with her arm around the dog, cuddling the dog. However, to us as experts in the industry, we were able to tell that this photograph looked quite staged. The prominence of the photograph was on the ring, and that it was quite close up with regards to what we were looking at. Just didn't feel quite right.
But that wasn't all. Further technological analysis of the photo revealed evidence that proved beyond doubt that it was a totally false claim.
We analysed the photograph and the data that was held within the photograph and established that the photograph had actually been taken the evening before. The incident date had actually been the previous week, so this quite clearly led to the fact that he still had the rings in his possession.
It was time to raise the concerns with the claimant. Claire rang him and gave him the opportunity to come clean.
When we investigated the metadata that was embedded into the photograph, what do you think we might have found?
No idea.
With the claimant pleading ignorance, Claire knew it was time to confront him about the dates, but it didn't go the way she expected.
So So when was this actual photograph taken, do you know?
Yeah, I put that one yesterday.
So you have taken that photograph yesterday?
The one that I sent one yesterday.
Yesterday? I'm no advanced conversation management expert, but he just dropped himself in it. If he'd lost the rings when he said, he couldn't possibly have taken a photo of them yesterday.
The information that we have found is quite right, that photograph has actually been taken yesterday.
Yeah.
This did surprise me. I wasn't expecting this result. I was expecting him to explain that they were taken quite a long time ago. I actually don't think he realised what he had told me. Could you just be honest?
Yeah.
Why did you make this claim?
Why? Because they've generally been lost.
Come on, pal, you're fooling no one.
I need you to be honest with me. Have you still got those rings?
No, I haven't, no.
So why did you send a photo taken yesterday at 5 to 7?
I can't say nothing, can I?
So are you telling me that you still have the rings?
No, I haven't still got the rings.
Yeah, but this clearly shows that you still have the rings. If this photo was taken last night, you still have those rings?
No.
He wasn't budging, but Claire's not one to back down.
But if those rings have been lost, why would your wife be wearing them yesterday?
Well, I don't know.
I then asked the insured for a final time that this was his chance to be honest with me and tell me what had happened to the rings. Is this a fraudulent claim that you're making?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. To be fair, I found the ring. I found the ring in the bin.
Okay. Thank you ever so much for your honesty. You've done the right thing.
With the photo evidence and the confession, there could be only one outcome to the claim. It was declined.
We explained to him the insurance company has a zero tolerance to fraud, and we have recommended that the insured is placed on the fraud register, so it will make it very difficult for him in the future to get any further insurance policies.
Right from the start, the tale of lost jewellery had lacked the ring of truth. And by the end of the call, Claire had successfully weeded out the facts. Digital data from photographs was also instrumental in a case of wintry woe submitted to Allianz.
Britain's brutal winter remains with us.
In early 2014, Britain's notoriously unpredictable weather meant the country took a battering.
The UK was hit by a series of weather-related events, mini-storms, if you will, and thousands of policyholders were affected. Lives were affected, businesses were affected.
Given the situation, there was nothing immediately unusual about one particular weather-related claim.
The policyholder had suffered storm damage to the rendering on the wall outside his house. The damage was estimated to be in the region of £3,900 and £4,200.
Allianz started to process the claim and commissioned a surveyor's report. It was at this point that the storm cloud started to gather.
In his view, the damage was caused by wear and tear and over a period of time than actually being storm damage.
The foundations of this claim were starting to look shaky, and Allianz contacted the builder who had provided one of the estimates.
He also indicated that the damage was likely to be as a result of moisture over a period of time, as opposed to a single event such as a storm.
But could the policyholder simply have been mistaken about the cause of the damage?
The policyholder's occupation was a builder, and one would expect a builder to be able to differentiate from what is storm damage to what is wear and tear.
Unlikely then. Further investigation was called for, and they took another look at photos that had been supplied with the estimates.
The analysis of the photographs told us that the photos weren't in fact taken at the time alleged, but were taken 3.5 months earlier. And it was at this point that we thought actually we were dealing with a fraudulent claim.
Allianz's investigation cut through the bluster to expose a bitter truth.
The policyholder knew at the time of incepting the policy with Allianz Insurance that there was pre-existing damage, and he was simply waiting for the opportunity for a weather-related event to submit the claim.
When the storm struck, he saw his chance and attempted to claim an insurance payout. Challenged by Allianz about the photos, he refused to come clean, and the case was passed to IFED.
Some months later, we were contacted by IFED, who advised us they'd arrested the policyholder, he had admitted the fraud, and they'd given him a caution.
Although they'd avoided an undeserved payout, there was still a cost to bear.
What was really frustrating about this whole thing was that the policyholder submitted a claim at a time when there were thousands of policyholders in genuine need, and this diverted resources from Allianz, from other insurers, where we could have actually helped those people get back on their feet. This does prove that insurance fraud is not a victimless crime.
According to the Association of British Insurers, whiplash is now costing motorists £2 billion a year. Aviva's bodily injuries unit, based in Bishopbriggs near Glasgow, includes experts that specialise in detecting personal injury fraud. If someone tries to fake or exaggerate an injury, they'll pull the plug. Richard Hiscox is Director of Casualty Claims. His team recently dealt with an injury caused by a road traffic collision.
So we got a claim from the third party to say he'd been involved in an accident with our customer, who was holding our customer at fault. The accident was two cars reversing in the early hours of the morning outside a nightclub. The claimant had alleged that as they were reversing, our customer had reversed into him, causing injury. He claimed that he had whiplash in his left shoulder of 12 months duration.
With such a lengthy period of injury, the value of the claim was substantial.
We put an estimate on this claim of just over £5,000, which is a mix of the compensation for the injuries and the legal costs.
But right from the start, there was something back to front about the claim. Aviva contacted their insured driver, and his version of what had happened was very different.
He was acquainted with the claimant, and they'd been reversing their cars at the same time. I don't quite know why they'd been doing that.
Me either.
Because the contact and the speed was very slight, they both agreed at the time that neither was going to do anything more about it.
But sometime later, the claimant did a U-turn on the agreement and put in a claim. He even attempted to back it up with CCTV he'd obtained.
So actually what you see is there's two vehicles reversing at the same time. Our customer's in the white vehicle on the right-hand side. The claimant is in the other vehicle next to that, and they seem to reverse together, and right at the end there's some sort of collision. But clearly the CCTV shows there's no impact that's severe enough to cause injury.
Submitting the CCTV was a bold move, but one that ultimately backfired spectacularly.
This CCTV was provided by the claimant in support of their claim, but actually what it does is pretty much disprove it.
Aviva informed the claimant that they would not be paying. He refused to back away, and the case went to trial, where he couldn't even keep his story straight.
Originally he'd said that he had 12-month injury to his left shoulder. In court he said he had a 6-month injury to his right shoulder, and he had injury to his neck, which hadn't been mentioned before. So he changed his shoulder and added something else in and changed the duration, which clearly indicated he was fabricating much of his story.
The outcome was never really in doubt.
The judge found in our favour. Not only did we win the case, that there was no injury, he also found that the claimant was what's called fundamentally dishonest, in that he'd fabricated evidence which the court takes a dim view of.
And it was good old CCTV that put the brakes on the false personal injury claim. First Group operates a fleet of over 6,000 buses, carrying around 1.7 million passengers a day. So it's not surprising that from time to time there are minor accidents.
In 2010, one of our London buses has been rounding a corner. He's taken the corner a little bit too tight and he's managed to come into contact with a vehicle that was parked at the side of the road as he's gone round the bend. We've received a claim for the damage to the vehicle, and then sometime later we've been presented with a personal injury claim from the lady with the car.
According to the claimant, this was no minor prang, but a collision that resulted in serious injury.
This claimant's alleged that she was in her vehicle with her seatbelt on when she was hit in the rear by a bus. She's been thrown forwards and backwards, and also been thrown into the interior of her car, striking her chest. This has caused her some problems with general household heavy domestic chores, hanging out her washing. The injury itself is mainly to her shoulder. Treatment involved physiotherapy, and subsequently it may well end up in surgery.
The level of injury was reflected in the potential value of the claim.
All in all, this claim would have been worth around £42,000. That's the injury itself, the surgery costs, and after surgery you may well need some looking after, so we would allow an element of care for that as well. And just about under half of it would have been legal costs on top of that.
Most people would have assumed the woman had suffered a serious injury and First Group was responsible. But Lee's not most people, and right from the off he knew something was amiss.
Normally in an incident where a vehicle is shunted in the rear, you've got a forward-backward movement, so you would expect a sort of whiplash type injury. With this particular one, the main injury is to her shoulder. Now that, coupled with the fact that she didn't actually go and see her GP until some 4 months after the accident, just made us think something's not quite right here. So we immediately thought we would investigate this in a bit more depth, and it was at that stage that we decided to look at the CCTV footage.
What it showed put a huge dent in the claimant's story.
So we look at the CCTV from this incident. We're expecting to see an impact on the vehicle. We know that's happened. There's damage to the car. The bus is rounding the corner. It does hit the car. So this lady's alleging she's been thrown around in her car. She's been moved forward and backwards. There's the glaring, obvious fact that she's not in the car. She's standing by the side of the car. It's absolutely ridiculous. There aren't enough syllables in the word incredulous to describe how I actually felt when I looked at this. I just wanted to scream at the screen saying, she's not in the car. It's just absolutely preposterous that she could even consider putting this claim in. She may as well have been sitting on the bonnet of the car with her feet up, reading the newspaper, wearing a t-shirt saying, I'm not in my car. It's just so blatantly obvious when you look at it.
With the CCTV proving that no injury had occurred, the prognosis for the claim was not looking good.
We sent the CCTV footage to the claimant's solicitors, pointing out the major flaws in their client's case, and unsurprisingly, we've not heard back from them since. I think even the best solicitor in the world is going to have a problem making a claim for personal injury in a car accident where someone wasn't actually even in the car.
From the City London Police Insurance Fraud Team.
Previously, DC Aman Taylor began a search of the home of Jay Solder, an insurance broker suspected of trying to defraud his own industry.
So at the moment, I've just got to tell you, you're under arrest, okay?
Right.
Now, you're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation relating to the claim that's been made, all right?
Okay.
They've already found a camera that featured in several insurance claims.
So he's got an active policy at the moment.
With somebody else. That's not the one that he had with us.
But the search is about to uncover something completely unexpected.
2 more holidays booked, 2 more claims. A little interesting development here that our policy, which wasn't paid out on, which is the one that Matt's investigated and passed on to us, which is the one that he's been nicked for today, he's actually got another policy in place at the time.
The same trip.
It was covering the same trip.
During the search, we found another travel insurance document for another claim that had been made by Mr. Solder, and found that to be an entirely fraudulent claim as well.
So the first claim he made with my mob, which got paid, I can check to see whether he can be making it. And with us, that's the reason why he's walked away from that one, due to the fact that this policy covers the same trip that he bought 2 policies for.
Yeah, so he's gone on that when he's got knocked back from that.
Yeah.
It was the search that kept on giving.
We found a large quantity of cash, which subsequently turned out to be around £6,000 in cash, which had been concealed in a wardrobe. and we found a Rolex watch valued somewhere in the region of about £8,000.
Yeah, it looks nice, isn't it?
Is there a story behind this, Jay?
It was replaced by the insurance company.
So what, have you had a loss or theft of one of these before then?
Yeah, in the first burglary.
Oh, okay. So this is the replacement?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Following the off-the-cuff remark made by Mr. Solder about the Rolex being a replacement following a burglary, I decided to dig a bit deeper and contact the insurance companies to try and find out whether or not he had been burgled and whether or not he had been paid out. What we found was that he'd not had one, but he had two home insurance claims with one company, both made within 3 months of each other and totaling over £50,000.
This was a huge new development in the case. In addition to the travel insurance claims they knew about, it appeared that Solder had branched out into household insurance, claiming a staggering amount of money for two burglaries they strongly suspected had never happened.
The raid was a total success as far as we're concerned. We got the person we were looking for. We seized all the items that we were looking for, with the addition of some items that we weren't aware of at that time.
Meanwhile, Jay Solder was given the opportunity to tell his side of the story.
Jay Solder didn't admit to his crimes. The first interview he had at the police station, he answered no comment to all of our questions. And in the second interview, he was given a full disclosure of all the evidence that we had against him, and he still elected to make no comment.
Solder's silence on the matter ultimately made no difference, and the case proceeded to court at the Old Bailey. He admitted 4 fake travel insurance claims and 2 exaggerated household claims. He then had to return to be sentenced, and Aman was there to see justice served.
He was terrified, really. Terrified of what was going to happen. He knew sort of the gravity of the fact that it's such a serious offence over a period of time.
Solder was called in to hear his fate. It wasn't good news.
Today he's been sentenced to 21 months in prison. The judge has the option to suspend it, which he has done in these circumstances. 160 hours of community service, so giving something back to the community. And he's been ordered to pay back £37,000.
For Aman, it's the end of a long, complex investigation.
Today I'm satisfied with the outcome. The outcome is one where we brought an end to the case, so it shows that we'll see it the whole way through.
While Solder avoided a custodial sentence, there's still a heavy price to pay.
Jay Solder's a young man in a very good job. By him committing this insurance fraud has pretty much ruined his life.
My advice to anyone that considers committing this type of crime is to simply not bother. You will get found out, it will get detected, and you could end up standing in front of an Old Bailey judge waiting for a sentence to be passed.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a massive fraud involving 7 bus crashes is curbed.
In my time at First Group, this is probably one of the biggest frauds I've had to deal with.
A personal injury claim in a pub is knocked back by camera footage.
Everybody who looked at the CCTV was in actual shock. didn't expect for somebody to be quite so brazen.
And a landlord's false fire claim combusts at court.
This is a classic example of a greedy and dishonest individual who was hell-bent on attempting to elicit monies.
Insurance fraud is becoming increasingly attractive to organised criminal gangs, who see it as a way to make a lot of money very quickly, with supposedly little risk of being detected. But con men often get caught out by their own greed, drawing attention to themselves with minor mistakes or multiple claims. Julie Randall is the Transportation Claims Fraud Prevention Officer at First Group. She recently worked on a bus case that involved multiple personal injuries.
For 30 passenger claims to come in from a single bus accident, we'd expect it to be quite a significant accident. We'd expect to see extensive damage to our bus, emergency services on scene. This was just not one of those accidents.
According to the internal company file, it was a very minor accident, so any compensation costs should have been minimal.
We would have expected their claims to have been around £7,000. This would have been for whiplash, loss of earnings, special damages, third-party legal costs.
But the figure of £7,000 seemed out of proportion to the small scale of the accident. Not long afterwards, First Group found themselves looking into another case of a car colliding with a bus full of passengers. And another. And another. In all, 5 very similar incidents came to light, all in Chester, all suspicious. Julie's team launched an investigation.
So, using the latest analytical software we have access to, we found various passenger links between passengers that were on one bus and passengers on another. We had, obviously, the vehicle damage that was verified by forensic engineering as being extremely minor and highly unlikely to cause injury. We had passengers boarding at certain stops that did not live around the area. Ticketing data showed unusual passenger numbers for that time of day on those particular routes. We even had phantom passenger claims presented where, having a look at their addresses, they were not registered there. So this obviously caused us, real concerns.
Real enough for First Group to involve the police. DC Stephen Owens was the chief investigating officer on the case. One thing immediately stood out.
The collisions were all very similar. They were very low speed, low impact collisions, which resulted in very minor damage to both vehicles, the vehicle that drove into the bus and the bus itself.
Despite this, every incident had resulted in dozens of claims. But there was a key piece of evidence which would reveal what was going on. CCTV.
The images start as it's coming up Sealand Road, past the industrial estate. And you can see on the left-hand side, to Rover 25, and you can see it's well over the white line, the junction line. And as the bus approaches, there's no other vehicles on the road. You can see it could easily have pulled out. It chooses not to. And then just as the bus has passed, he seems to pull out and just clip the side of the bus.
As you can see, there was minimal impact to the bus. There was minimal impact to the other vehicle involved. And for the majority of these passengers being injured, I just can't see how it could have happened.
In another of the 5 dubious accidents, the images show the suspicious behaviour of the car driver as the bus travels along its route.
The Audi TT was at the junction for quite some time before our bus passed. And then it just seemed to shoot out into the path of our bus.
He appears to have had to accelerate to hit the corner. Maybe he had second thoughts, but then decided last moment to go ahead with it.
And it's not just the car driver who's acting strangely.
There are numerous passengers on our bus. You can see afterwards they're all hanging around on their phones, which is a little bit suspicious.
And a lot of them do walk to the side of the bus and they take out their mobile phones and they take photographs. Why would you do that? Unless it was in your mind at that time that you wanted to make a claim. Great evidence, great evidence.
And CCTV footage wasn't the only thing the gang had overlooked. The fault vehicle in yet another one of the 5 suspect collisions wasn't properly insured. This meant that the incident was investigated by a team from the Motor Insurers Bureau. Paul Ryman-Tubb is their head of technical.
One of the first things we did was commission a report from a forensic motor engineer to go and have a look at the van, tell us what sort of damage had been sustained to the van, take some photographs, and give us a view as to the severity of the collision.
23 passengers claiming whiplash pointed towards a serious accident, but this was totally contradicted by the report.
The engineer was very clear that this was a very minor collision. He described it as a glancing blow. He took some photographs of it showing a very small dent in the rear panel of the van, so slight that it was very difficult to see on the photographs and hadn't even broken the paintwork.
It was clear from the CCTV that this was more than just a few dodgy whiplash claims. Tellingly, all the personal injury claims were being processed by just one company, Swift Accident Solutions Limited in Chester. And the man behind it, a certain John Smith, was making big bucks.
And how it works, John Smith, as an accident management company, looks to get claims to sell onto accident claim solicitors. He was invoicing in the region of £800 to £960 per claim, so he's getting almost £1,000 per claim that he sold on.
John Smith might have sounded like a fake name, but it was real, just like the money he was turning over from the multiple injury claims.
And when we looked at it and we understood how it worked, John Smith could be the only person who would have done it. What motivation would there be for people to crash into a bus?
Stephen suspected that the people driving the vehicles into the buses were also part of the scam and were being paid for their services.
Now, who would pay them? Well, the person who would benefit. And who would benefit? Well, John Smith.
The net was closing in, but before they could finish the investigation, Stephen and his team were confronted by a chilling new development.
There was another collision on Liverpool Road in Chester. And that collision made us realise that the gang was still active and they were still doing this. And it forced our hand or put pressure on us to act quickly, which is what we did.
In a huge operation, strikes were carried out on the properties of the main suspects, including Smith's office at Swift Accident Solutions, where they found an all-important memory stick.
And on there were details of all the claimants and their mobile phone numbers. So when we looked at his records and those of the people we believe have set up the collision, we could see that they did know everyone. They did know the claimants and they knew them before and after the collision.
Evidence from the strikes also revealed the existence of another incident that had happened several months before. All in all, there were 7 staged collisions involving approximately 200 people and a vast amount of money.
We estimated this to have been worth around £1.7 million, which would have been the financial cost to the insurers involved. In my time at First Group, this is probably one of the biggest frauds I've had to deal with.
And it resulted in a big trial. The case went to Manchester Crown Court, and after a 3-month trial, John Smith was found guilty. For a £1.7 million fraud, he was sentenced to 6.5 years, and the rest of the gang suffered similar fates.
We were extremely pleased with the results of the trial. 30 years in custodial sentences, 15 people prosecuted. The police did a fantastic job.
The consequences are very severe and it should act as a deterrent from people getting involved in such crime.
Although the claims were fake, the accidents were very real, and it's frightening to think what could have happened.
This could have gone very, very wrong. We could have been looking at serious injuries, we could have been looking at fatalities. It could have been elderly people or young children that could have been seriously hurt.
Later, a landlord's fraudulent fire claim goes up in smoke.
Mr Shah's motivation, I think, can be summed up in 2 ways. One was she agreed, and the second was blatant dishonesty.
And a fake insurance claim in the States annihilates an entire neighbourhood. CCTV cameras are increasingly being seen as part of the furniture in the UK's pubs and bars. They're vitally important in these kind of environments, making the difference in cases where it's one person's word against another. Gillian Afori-Nyako is part of JD Wetherspoon's legal department.
We currently have 951 pubs up and down the country, in the UK and in Ireland. We get hundreds of thousands of customers per year walk through our doors.
And ideally, they want everyone to walk back out again, safely and securely at the end of the night. But disaster recently struck at one busy watering hole. An ambulance was called to assist a customer that had come a cropper and sustained a serious injury.
The claimant alleges she walked into our pub and slipped on wet floor. As a result of the fall, she claims that she fractured her leg.
The amount of compensation involved was sobering.
We referred the claim to our solicitors, who priced the whole thing up at around £26,000. This would have included costs for the claimant, for her going to her solicitors, her damages, medical care, and our costs as well.
As with any accident on its premises, Wetherspoons decided to take a close look at what had allegedly happened.
Well, as part of the investigation, we always ask for a copy of the rota, a copy of CCTV, witness statements from anyone who might have seen the accident, from the manager, from any other members of staff who were working that day.
However, this evidence contradicted the story put forward by the claimant.
She claimed that she reported her accident to the manager, yet the first thing that he knew about the accident was when he went outside and she was being attended to by a paramedic.
Could the claimant have made a simple slip-up in telling her side of the story? Luckily, the pub's CCTV would reveal whether the case had legs.
If her story was true, we would have expected to see a woman slip on wet floor, and I imagine people come to her aid, seeing as she'd fallen over, but that's not what was seen on the footage.
In fact, the truth was so far from what was alleged that it put the boot into the claim.
We couldn't believe that this claim had ever been made. It was quite clear to see that she'd walked in already injured and on crutches. The whole time that she's there, there's no sign of any accident occurring. They then go out for a cigarette, and the last we see is her leaving because she'd called the ambulance. Everybody who looked at the CCTV was in actual shock. I didn't expect for somebody to be quite so brazen.
The broken leg injury claim was cast firmly aside.
So we sent the footage to her solicitors, and we didn't hear anything back from them afterwards.
And that's where the matter rested. Or so they thought, until a second set of solicitors got in touch.
When we received the second claim notification form, I think we were all quite shocked that it had come through again, and she had nothing to support the allegations that she was making.
She must have suffered a bang to the head in the alleged fall for her to think she could get away with putting the claim in again.
There were major inconsistencies with the claimant's claim. In the first form that she submitted, she said that she was unemployed, whereas in the second form that she submitted, she said that she was a bank nurse and had been unable to work since the date of her accident.
Evidently, the intention was to try and increase the amount of compensation by claiming for loss of earnings. However, the company called time on the second injury claim, and this time it was kicked into touch.
JD Wetherspoon are completely against false claims. If a customer comes into our pub and genuinely hurts themselves, then we are definitely there to help. However, we won't stand for the process being abused.
While technology has made a huge difference, good investigators are able to detect the whiff of fraud from a mile off using nothing but gut instinct. Andy Morris is Assurance Chief Marketing Officer. His company recently dealt with a claim for compensation for a lost mobile phone.
So this claimant was a construction worker. They were working down a manhole in a sewer and everything that conjures up. And unfortunately, the phone, they lost it down the sewer in the effluent.
Ugh, that's one phone you'd never want to use again. During the claims process, technological analysis meant that concerns were logged. Or, to put it another way,
as this case developed, it started to smell.
Assurance fraud team has a nose for a phony story, and their findings supported their suspicions.
It became very clear to our agents that the claimant was using exactly the same telephone number and exactly the same SIM from the handset that had been irretrievably lost down the sewage in the effluent.
And that's where the claim will be going, unless there was a good explanation.
When we then challenged the claimant then informed us that they had gone back down the manhole and fished around the sewer to find the device that they had claimed was lost.
What happened was I was in a manhole working clearing sewage.
Yeah.
And the phone went into the sewage line, but I was able to get the phone and take a SIM card out. But the phone was full of, well, I think you can imagine what it was full of.
Right, okay, yeah. So the phone that went down the manhole, was that used at all after it was retrieved?
No, I threw it away. I got rid of it. It was full of.
But investigators were privy to further analysis, which proved that the SIM and the telephone number were paired with a unique identification number from the mobile.
The pairing of that telephone number with the SIM to the unique identification number on the device. All of those three evidence points and data points for us proved that it was the original phone that the claimant had claimed was lost down the sewer.
Assurant spoke to the claimant about the concerns, and he kicked up quite a stink.
The reason for my call today is just regarding the claim that you have with us at the moment for your missing mobile phone. So when I have a look at the usage on that mobile number, it's showing that the Samsung that you're claiming on, that was used up until the 5th of February with your SIM card.
I just don't understand this at all.
I mean, at this stage, I can't continue the claim any further because...
Will you do that? That's okay, love. Will you do me one favour? Will you cancel my insurance with you?
What I can do, Mr.
No. Can you cancel my insurance with you?
Yeah, I can arrange that for you. That's no problem at all.
You do that for me, and that's the end of the story, and that's fine. You do that.
Okay, then. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
He immediately responded in an emotional fashion. He was very aggrieved about that situation.
As the old saying goes, where there's muck, there's brass. But in this instance, there was lots of muck, but not very much brass.
What was quite strange about this case is that it wasn't a high-end smartphone. The actual device they were claiming for was just a standard phone. And I think psychologically, some people feel that if it's under a certain amount of money, that somehow that's not a crime or that's not fraud.
But mud sticks, and Assurant is determined to flush out any bogus behaviour.
The clear message that this case sends out is if you are thinking about attempting to submit a false claim, don't.
While some fraudsters try to claim for incidents that never happened, some attempt to exploit real events for their own benefit. But without a lot of background planning, their greed often gives them away. Mike Brown is head of counter-fraud intelligence at Direct Line.
Mr. Shah, who in fact is a landlord of a number of properties, contacted Direct Line to initiate a fire claim against his property at Langdale Road, which had been subject to a fire caused by an electrical fault.
According to Mr. Shah, the blaze had caused a significant amount of damage.
The initial claim made by Mr. Shah was in the region of £810,000.
Thankfully, no one had been hurt. With the best part of £1 million on the line, Mike's team took a close look at the case.
It was very quickly established that Mr. Shah had incepted the policy the day before the claim was made.
Investigators quickly assessed the phone recording of Mr. Shah taking out the policy.
I believe you're looking for a landlord policy, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay, so are you the property owner?
Yes.
Fantastic.
The first part of the call sounded genuine enough.
Do you require building cover?
Building, what do you mean by building?
Say building. Are you looking to cover the structure of the property, so the outside, sir? So if it was covered, obviously, if there was a fire, you'd want the building to be covered?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Shah would have been asked standard questions, one of which would be the current maintenance and condition of that property.
And what's the construction of the base of the property be?
That's the brick building.
They're both brick and made of tile roof,
That's right, yes.
Okay, brilliant. And are the properties in good state of repair?
Yes.
But later in the phone call, they heard something which immediately fired up concerns.
Okay, and what date can we be covered to start, please, sir?
We can cover start from 10th.
10th of June?
10th of, today is 15th of May.
Yeah. Okay, do you need the policy to start immediately, sir?
Yeah, from 10th of May.
That's fine. I wouldn't be able to backdate it, but I can start it from today. Is that all right, sir?
Okay, yeah, you can start.
Okay, thank you.
And at the point of inception, actually asked for the policy to be commenced 5 days previous. That in itself is a flag.
It's a flag because there's no reason to backdate a policy unless you're trying to get cover for an incident that's already happened and you were uninsured at the time. Suspicions had been ignited and a loss adjuster was then sent to the address.
And his estimation of the value of that property prior to the fire taking hold was £250,000. The claim implemented by Mr. Shah was £810,000, clearly an exaggeration of the value of his property.
An exaggeration that would make even an estate agent blush. With doubt smouldering, investigators focused on the blaze.
They retrieved the fire logs from the fire brigade, which has the timings of the initial call from a member of the public, that there was a fire or smoke coming from Langdale Road, to the point of when the fire service arrived on scene, to the point the fire was put under control. That would have been then correlated to when Mr. Shah took out the policy itself for Langdale Road, which, when we look at the timeline, was within 2 hours of the actual fire. So the fire had actually taken place before Mr. Shah had taken the policy out.
The findings were explosive. They now knew the true timeline of events.
That Mr. Shah was on scene at the fire within an hour, and an hour later took out the policy of inception for the property at Langdale Road, and then lodged a claim the following day.
The timeline meant that he'd been less than truthful when he said the property was in good condition.
And all the properties in good state of repair?
Yes.
So basically he lied all the way through the process.
Not only had he tried to claim compensation for his uninsured property, but he also exaggerated the value to try and make a massive profit. As far as Direct Line was concerned, he wasn't entitled to a penny of compensation, and they duly informed him that his claim had been declined. Not content with this outcome, Mr. Shah then proceeded to take the company to court.
The evidence was compelling. Any reasonable person would have walked away from that claim. This is a classic example of a greedy and dishonest individual who was hell-bent on attempting to elicit monies from an insurer.
And Direct Line weren't alone in that assessment.
At the county court, Mr. Shah's own legal advisors withdrew on the basis of professional embarrassment.
Unsurprisingly, his case was extinguished, but Direct Line weren't prepared to leave things there and pass their evidence to the police.
He subsequently appeared before the Old Bailey, where he was convicted for fraud, and he was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. Mr. Shah's motivation, I think, can be summed up in 2 ways. One was sheer greed, and the second was blatant dishonesty. This was a clear case where Mr. Shah had a property that was uninsured, sustained serious fire damage, and was looking at paying for those repairs himself, and sought to deceive an insurer into footing the bill at an exaggerated rate, as I say, of £810,000.
Mr. Shah got burned when he fraudulently attempted to profit from a fire that had already happened. While in the States, fraudsters are prepared to turn on the heat to take it to a whole other level, and they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Life in the American suburbs is known for being peaceful and largely uneventful. So nothing prepared the residents of Indianapolis for this. A deadly explosion in November 2012 ripped through an entire neighborhood. More than 80 homes were destroyed or damaged in the initial blast, and more were ruined in the fierce blaze which followed the explosion. Buildings, gardens, and cars were wrecked, with repair costs estimated at a staggering $4 million. Given the scale of the devastation, it was remarkable that only 2 people tragically lost their lives. The whole community was affected. Some people found themselves suddenly homeless, some were seriously injured, and others suffered post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of the events of that night. When morning came, it looked like a bomb had been dropped, but the true cause was something no one at the time suspected. Investigators focused their attention on the property at the center of the explosion, the house that was immediately next door to the residence where the couple died. The property turned out to be the home of Monserrate Shirley and her partner Mark Leonard. On the night in question, they'd been out of the house gambling at a nearby casino. The investigation revealed that the couple were in considerable debt, and in the weeks before the blast, insurance on the home had been increased to $300,000. But the real bombshell was that the explosion was no accident. Physical evidence indicated that the house had been filled with gas, which had been ignited using the spark from a microwave set in advance. All the evidence pointed towards Shirley and Leonard deliberately and recklessly blowing up their house to fraudulently collect an insurance payout, with tragic consequences. When the case went to court, Mark Leonard, judged to be the ringleader, was found guilty and sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without parole and an additional 75 years in prison. Monserrate Shirley pleaded guilty to 2 counts of conspiracy to commit arson as part of a plea agreement. She remains in jail and faces a sentence of over 20 years. While this part of Indianapolis will eventually return to suburban peacefulness, nothing can bring back the 2 people who lost their lives as a result of the couple's sheer greed. Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers, and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, one musical mailman's insurance claim is far from first class.
I would have thought it would be very difficult for Mr. Masumbu to go all the way to Malaysia to go on a stage and play a guitar.
CCTV cameras capture the performance of a lifetime.
As a high-level estimate on the value of the injury, we would have placed that at around about £2,500 to £3,000.
And Agria think they might be dealing with a shaggy dog story.
The lock has been snapped off and both puppies are taken.
We could find no evidence that these puppies ever existed.
In January 2012, the police joined the fight against insurance fraud by launching an elite squad known as IFED.
IFED is the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, which is based in the City of London but is countrywide. IFED is involved in all sorts of insurance fraud. Whether it be for vehicles, personal injury or slip and trip, we cover the whole spectrum.
They've made over 700 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims. Money which ultimately goes back in our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
You carry out fraud and we will follow you and we will arrest you and we will convict you. And we will take everything you've gained and give it back to the people who you've robbed.
Over 600,000 of us are injured at work each year. But working as a postman for the national treasure that is the Royal Mail isn't generally considered one of the most hazardous of jobs. You might deliver to the wrong house, or at worst, be on the receiving end of a particularly nasty dog bark. But if we're to believe one former postman, the risks of the job can be life-destroying.
Mr. Mzumbu was at work when he went to the back of the van, opened the sliding door, and took out some parcels, and while he was there, someone driving behind skidded on the wet road and slammed in the back of him.
As a result of the accident, Mr. Musumbu sustained bruising to his torso and upper body, leaving him physically unable to work.
During the course of the following months, he went and sought medical advice and was examined. He couldn't dress himself properly, he couldn't live a normal life, in fact. He actually stated to the doctor that his life was over.
After the accident, Mr. Musumbu received £25,500 in compensation. But with life-changing injuries, he was also potentially in line to receive a six-figure payout from the insurance company should his claim be settled. However, with a claim of this scale, before handing over any more money, the insurers wanted to check a few facts.
Before any payout, an insurer will make an assessment and do their own investigations.
In this day and age, many people love to share what they've been up to by posting it on the internet. But unfortunately for Mr. Musumbu, investigators discovered one little nugget online that I'm sure he would have preferred to have kept quiet.
They looked at a blog, and this was a blog from the Malaysia Music Festival, which showed Mr. Musumbu on stage playing a guitar.
Just to be clear, that's him on the right. Let's have a look at that again. Surely a man in your condition shouldn't be strumming the guitar with such gusto. You could put your back out.
I would have thought it'd be very difficult for Mr. Musumbu to go all the way to Malaysia to go on a stage and play a guitar. The insurers, of course, were pretty suspicious of Mr. Musumbu.
But jetting off to Malaysia wasn't the only travelling he was doing. Investigators discovered that Mr. Musumbu had been involved in yet another car accident and was driving at the time, which is something he told the medical examiner he couldn't do.
They put a surveillance team behind Mr. Musumbu to watch if he was, in fact, as he said he was, someone who was restricted in their movement.
Yet again, when investigators saw the footage the surveillance team had captured, they couldn't believe their eyes.
The surveillance footage showed Mr. Musumbu getting in and out of his car outside his home address with bags of shopping, guitar, and other instruments, and walking quite freely to and from his home address.
That looks like an awfully big box to be carrying for a man who claims he struggles to walk.
He seemed to be walking perfectly all right. He was not impaired, and he certainly wasn't walking with a stick.
Hang on, I thought you said you couldn't drive. You want the passenger side.
It was now that there was grave doubts as to Mr. Musumbu's claims, and he was called in for a further medical examination for his injuries.
But when Mr. Musumbu arrived, the miracle cure that had enabled him to drive again and rock out on stage with his guitar appeared to have worn off. Strange, that.
He came in walking very badly with the use of a stick, and in fact needed the help of the doctor to undress so the examination could take place. By now, the doctor was aware of the possibility that the claim was bogus, and during the examination could find no injuries consistent with Musumbu's status at that point.
Sounds like this postman's claim form needs to be sent back to the sorting office.
Mr. Musumbu did have injuries as a result of his accident, but they were very minor in comparison to what he had actually alleged and which he'd paid out for.
By now, it was clear that Mr. Musumbu had been seriously exaggerating the severity of his injuries. And with hundreds of thousands of pounds on the line, the case was referred to IFED, who wasted no time in delivering the bad news to their suspect.
Musumbu was arrested in the early part of 2014. The full facts were put to him, including the video footage. Mr. Musumbu denied that the claim that he'd made was false and stuck to his story throughout.
However, his argument didn't stand up, and IFED hit Mr. Musumbu with 2 charges of fraud before he appeared at the Old Bailey to face the music.
Mr. Musumbu, faced with the overwhelming evidence against him, could do nothing else but to plead guilty.
Musumbu was ordered to repay the £25,500 he'd already wrongfully received from his £300,000 claim, and was sentenced to 18 months in prison.
I don't know what made him turn to crime apart from greed. He had a perfectly good job and a good pension and a good lifestyle. He chose to do something different. He took the wrong choice, and now he's spending 18 months in prison.
Still to come, 2 puppies go walkies, apparently.
If I'd got 2 new family members and they'd gone missing, I'd be out looking for them.
And First Group take a sure-footed approach.
We did go back to them and say, we have no intention of making any payments in this. If you want to get anything else from us, you're going to have to sue us.
Whilst the majority of insurance claims are legitimate and deserving of payouts, insurers in the UK uncover a whopping 350 cases of fraud every day. Thankfully, public liability experts like Rob Smith-Wright from QBE are on hand to identify the claims that are more opportunistic than honest. Although, as Rob knows only too well, some bogus claimants trip themselves up with their own stupidity.
The circumstances that the claimant reported to us was that he was on his way to a local pub and was using our policyholders' car park as a shortcut through. As he was walking through the car park, he's tripped over in a pothole and suffered soft tissue injuries to his ankle and foot. As a high-level estimate on the value of the injury, we would have placed that at around about £2,500 to £3,000.
Luckily, the company who owned the car park had a CCTV camera rolling at the time. It sounds like a particularly nasty accident, so viewer discretion is advised.
The CCTV evidence showed the claimant entering the car park. It showed him walking across the car park, and quite visible in the CCTV, and would have been to anyone walking there, would have been 2 potholes. He then stops, turns around, walks back straight into the direction of the pothole. As he gets to the pothole, he steps into it and then falls quite theatrically to the floor.
Quite theatrically? I've seen pantomime dames more convincing than that.
It's at that point that we realised that this was a fabricated incident. As you can see, the claimant walks into the car park and the CCTV quite clearly shows the pothole is visible.
I've got to see that again. Can we rewind it? OK, so he comes in. Mind the hole, son. Phew, danger avoided. Does a U-turn. Hang on. And he's down. More like a feather than a ton of bricks, to be fair. Come on, get yourself up now. Come on. Go on, you can do it. OK, this chap's really milking it now. But I'll give him his due, he is committed to the role.
A picture paints 1,000 words, and this footage absolutely identifies to us that this was a fabricated incident and should not be worthy of compensation payment.
And it soon became obvious that this chap's case was full of potholes.
There was no shortcut through this car park to the local pub that the claimant was visiting. We also established that the claimant had been living in the area for 9 years, and therefore he would have known this. We also established that the particular local pub that he was going to visit wasn't actually open at the time he was walking through the car park either.
As far as QBE were concerned, this actor's audition was over.
We made a referral of this case to IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department. He admitted that he did indeed fabricate the incident. His reasons were he was short of money and he wanted some extra funds. He was of previously good character, so he was given a caution.
So, if anyone out there thinks they can trip up insurance companies, remember, it's more than likely that you'll be the one to fall flat on your face. Africa, with its breathtaking scenery, bustling cities, and diverse wildlife. It's one of the most beautiful continents in the world. But for one woman, it was the scene of a nightmare. Fortunately, travel insurers Sega were on hand to help during this difficult time.
The customer contacted our emergency assistance helpline to advise us that while she was visiting her husband in Nigeria, he had sadly passed away. We naturally offered the customer our sincere condolences. We then explained to her that we would do everything we could to assist her at this difficult time. She now wanted our assistance in returning home early. This wasn't a particularly high-value claim, around £700.
At least with Sega on hand to help, she wasn't going through this horrific ordeal alone.
In order to assist the customer, we do need various documents to substantiate the claim. The customer provided us with a death certificate for her husband and also provided us with details of the doctor that treated her husband before his sad passing.
With everything they needed, Sega began to process the claim.
We asked our in-house medical team to contact the doctor to find out exactly what happened leading up to her husband's death.
But it was at this point that things got suspicious.
Our in-house medical expert spoke with the doctor, but came away from the call thinking that they weren't actually speaking with a genuine doctor.
What made them jump to that conclusion?
The alleged doctor couldn't even understand any basic medical terms.
A doctor who doesn't know his knees from his kidneys. Just a bit worrying. But surely the death certificate will be enough proof.
Due to the international nature of our business, we're well versed in knowing what original and genuine documents actually look like, particularly death certificates. And on this occasion, the death certificate didn't conform to the normal standards we would expect for this type of document.
Concerned, Sega decided to check the death certificate with the hospital where it supposedly came from.
Our investigator was then referred to the medical director, who proceeded to write a statement for our investigator confirming that the death certificate was a false document and didn't ever originate from their hospital.
It appeared that Sega were dealing with a phantom fatality, and by now the woman's claim was in a critical condition.
We were particularly shocked at what lengths the customer had gone to try and make this fraudulent claim. We decided to email the customer and highlight what our concerns were with her claim and invited her comments. As we didn't receive a response from the customer, we formally declined the claim.
The claim was well and truly dead and buried, and the claimant was incredibly lucky to walk away.
Is it really worth potentially getting a criminal record for the sake of £700?
We all trip up and take a tumble every now and then, but usually we pick ourselves up, dust ourselves down, and hope nobody saw. But sometimes falls can result in nasty injuries, as Lee Ingram from First Group discovered when he dealt with a claim from a woman who'd been injured at a train station.
The initial allegations from the claimant were that she'd slipped on a piece of wet cardboard just inside the entrance of the station, and this had caused her to fall over and hit her head.
Ouch, that does sound painful.
The injuries sustained were quite serious. She'd knocked herself out, so she was unconscious, and she had a really bad cut to her head. This claim would have been worth around about £18,000, so that would have covered the injury itself, treatment fees, and replacement of the clothing, and legal costs on top of that as well.
First Group take personal injuries very seriously. So the first thing they did was investigate the woman's claim. But from the off, something didn't ring true.
The very fact that she said that cardboard had been put down to soak up the water was a little bit unusual. I mean, when people are trailing wet footprints in bad weather through stations, you wouldn't put cardboard down. You would send out a clean-up crew to try and make sure that any excess water was removed.
Far from happy with the woman's description of the incident, Lee and his team set about cleaning up this claim, and the first step was to try and establish what really did happen.
We thought we'd go back to our client, get the CCTV and surveillance footage and see what else we could find out. Fortunately, when we're looking at railway footage, they've got static cameras and they tend to cover most of the station, so you can pretty much plot someone's passage throughout the whole of the station.
But when Lee examined the footage, it painted a rather different picture to the one the claimant would have First Group believe.
What we noticed from the CCTV is that the incident clearly doesn't happen just inside the entrance of the station. That's not true at all. This is a covered station. The floors don't look wet. There's no signs of the alleged cardboard that she's tripped on.
So, with the CCTV clearly showing no wet patches on the floor and certainly no cardboard, what really did happen?
We'll see her pause at the top of one escalator, and you think, right, she's a little bit wary of escalators. That's quite normal, quite a few people are.
I can see those metal steps aren't filling her with confidence.
When she comes to go up the next escalator, she pauses for some 22 seconds before she actually plucks up the courage to get on the escalator. She eventually goes up about 4 steps, and then she just takes a really hard fall backwards. It's clearly a genuine accident. She has taken a nasty tumble. You can see she's hit her head on the way down. She's landed just in a heap on the escalator.
Luckily for this poor woman, the public and station staff were there to help her back to her feet.
She really does hit her head on the way down, and you can understand that's a metal tread as well, so that's going to make a nasty whack. You can see why she's knocked out.
There's no disputing that this was a nasty accident, and thankfully the woman recovered from her injuries.
Looking at this, you can clearly see she's just lost her footing and fallen backwards. She's lied about the circumstances. No one is to blame for that. It's just an unfortunate accident.
First Group sent their CCTV evidence off to the claimant's solicitors to prove once and for all that there was no soggy cardboard.
So we've sent the footage back to her solicitors. We've pointed out there's no tripping hazard as was alleged. They've then come back to us and said we made a mistake. It was actually a wet floor she slipped on. The floors weren't wet. That's not true at all, as you can see from the footage.
As far as Lee was concerned, it was what the woman and her solicitors weren't saying that spoke volumes.
I think the key point here is that all the way along, we've got an allegation of a slip on a wet floor. Never have they mentioned an escalator.
Armed with concrete evidence from the CCTV cameras, First Group took a robust stance and flat out refused to settle the claim.
These solicitors did want to carry on with this claim, but we did go back to them and say we have no intention of making any payments in this. If you want to get anything else from us, you're going to have to sue us. They've never come back to us on that, so it looks like they've accepted what we were saying.
So for any would-be claimants out there who think they can lie about an accident, Lee has a message.
Where there's a situation where we've caused something to happen, we would really like to get those claims dealt with, compensate people for what they're entitled to. In situations where they're going to make things up, though, and they're just not true, we're not going to make payments on those.
With more and more cameras watching our every move, potential fraudsters need to watch their step. There are 8.5 million dogs around the country, and for many of us, they're more than just pets. They're part of the family. Thankfully, insurers are there to help protect our furry little friends during their time of need.
Good morning, Kennel Club Pet Insurance. You're through to Megan. How can I help?
So when a dog owner called up to report the theft of 2 puppies worth £3,000, Simon Wheeler's team were more than happy to get their paws into the claim.
The first we heard from the claimant in this case was that he'd had 2 bulldog puppies stolen. He'd come down early in the morning and the padlock on his garage door had been broken and the 2 puppies stolen. There weren't really any alarm bells that gave our claims handlers any inkling that there might be problems with this claim.
The police have been out, we've knocked the relative neighbours, the lock had been snapped off the building, secure building, the lock has been snapped off and both have been taken.
Have you notified your local vets at all?
I was just because obviously we've my daughter from school and I was waiting for the police. Only now the last couple of hours, the last 2 hours, I've had to get everything done. She had to finish packing and stuff for holidays.
Hey, did he just say he's about to go on holiday?
We're going away. We're leaving like after 3 hours this morning. We're trying to get our cases packed and we've got a few things to finish off the route of our buying, so we're a little bit strapped for time.
Now, for me, if I'd got 2 new family members and they'd gone missing, the last thing I would do is go on holiday. I'd be out looking for them. I'd be panicking and doing everything possible to try and find them.
It doesn't sound to me as though the owner is exactly missing his furry pals too much.
I don't know if your puppies are microchipped yet.
No, they're not. They haven't been, no.
Okay.
Hang about, you're telling me you've just spent $3,000 on a couple of puppies and didn't chip them? So much for puppy love. With all these question marks hanging over the claim, investigators got on the dog and bone.
When we began our investigations, the first thing we discovered was that neither puppy had ever been seen by a vet.
As there were no leads on the dog's whereabouts, investigators turned to technology to dig a little deeper.
It was very evident that the policyholder was an avid user of social media. There were postings everywhere, but surprisingly, no mention that he'd acquired 2 puppies, no mention that they'd been stolen, and very little coverage, certainly no pictures of those puppies. When pushed further, he came up with a single picture of 2 bulldog puppies. They could have been any old bulldogs.
I sent you a picture of the pups when I brought the pups home.
Yeah, with the puppies on their own, so what we actually need is a view with the dog, with the puppies.
All the pictures were stored to my phone, and because my phone was broken, they replaced my phone and I lost all my photographs.
Okay, so let me get this right. The puppies have apparently never been to the vets, have never been microchipped, and the owner doesn't have a single photo of him with the dogs. It's not looking good for this chap, but I'll give him his due. He doesn't give up easily.
Good morning, Kennel Club Pet Insurance. You're through to Megan. How can I help?
Megan, I've got a claim on going at the minute. Please, could I speak to the claims team?
The claims department.
Can I give you a policy number?
Morning, Kennel Club Pet Insurance. Speaking on my
Good
afternoon, the Kennel Club Pet Insurance. Shane speaking. How can I help?
Just looking at something unpaid this week. So just wondering what was progress and as well.
But no matter how many times he called, there was no chance Agria were going to roll over on this one.
By the time we'd exhausted most of the avenues to try and establish that the puppies existed, the policyholder was getting quite aggressive with our claims handlers. But it was all to try and establish and verify his claim.
How he paid for the pups and how I got the money for the pups is no concern of the Kennel Club whatsoever. I shouldn't have to explain to the Kennel Club where I got the money from. Well, I've done everything you've asked, so, it makes me feel like I'm the criminal here.
I think he might have hit the nail right on the head.
After trying very hard over a long period of time, over successive phone calls, we could find no evidence that these puppies ever existed.
He'd made a right dog's dinner of this claim.
The claim's been declined. We sent a letter to you yesterday. It was posted yesterday.
They take 3 months to turn around and tell me they're not going to pay. I'll speak to a solicitor, I will.
The policyholder's response to the decline of the claim was that he would take our decline letter and take it to the solicitors. We never heard from him again.
And finally, proof that a pretty face doesn't guarantee model behaviour. Meet Shauna Lynn Palmer. But her gorgeous smile hides an ugly secret. Just 2 days before entering this beauty pageant, she told her employers that she was claiming compensation for an injury she'd suffered while working as a clerk. According to her statement, she'd fractured her toe so severely that she couldn't put any weight on her foot or wear shoes for any length of time. So she shouldn't have been able to parade around, yet alone wear these. So either her commitment to world peace allowed her to smile through the pain, or there was something fraudulent going on. With lots of videos from the pageant on social media, Shauna's employers were soon onto her. The compensation claim was given the boot. Shauna was ordered to pay $6,000 and given 50 hours community service, proving that while she may have been blessed with beauty, the brain side of things need a bit more work. Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
There's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the Met Traffic Unit raids a fraudulent claims management company.
The lengths people will go to get some money out of the insurance company, putting themselves at risk. I think it's extremely frightening.
Water way to make a false claim for a lost phone.
Whilst these stories and these tales, are mythical, they're fairy tales, basically.
And a fake injury claim is dealt a knockout blow.
The claimant was making up pretty much all of his evidence.
In recent years, insurance companies have realised the importance of working together to combat fraud. The Insurance Fraud Bureau, or IFB, was formed to help share information, work with the police, and stop fraudsters in their tracks.
They think they're just committing a few frauds and it's going to go unnoticed amongst an entire industry. The reality is that the IFB has in excess of 140 million documents from claims and policies across the industry. We analyse those and we're looking to find the trends and patterns that fraudsters are trying to hide from us.
One such trend involves claims management companies. These businesses process insurance claims on behalf of the general public.
Unfortunately, claims management companies are very frequently exploited by criminal gangs. Out of all the live investigations the IFB currently have, around a half of those investigations have a claims management company at the core of what they're doing.
These fraudulent claims management companies make money by deliberately causing or inducing accidents.
Induced accidents being where you take a vehicle out onto the road and you don't have an accident, you actually purposefully create a collision by stamping your brakes on in front of an innocent member of the public.
This is how it works. First, the gang choose a victim. Then they move their two cars into position in front of the target. Gang car number 1 then slams on its brakes. Gang car 2 reacts by braking hard, resulting in a rear-end shunt from the victim. Gang car 1 then turns off at the next possible turning, pretending to be unaware of the crash, leaving the victim supposedly at fault for the damage to gang car 2. The fraudulent claims management company then processes the claim and exaggerates the amount of damage and injury in order to get more compensation. But all that's about to change.
The fact is, with our data on the scale that we have and state-of-the-art technology, there is no longer anywhere for them to hide.
It's not just the IFB who has them in their sights.
It's frightening at the amount that is actually being committed, the level, you know, the lengths people will go to get some money out of the insurance company, you know, putting themselves at risk. I think it's extremely frightening.
DI Dave Hindmarsh heads up the Metropolitan Police's Roads and Transport Policing Command. His team has built a strong reputation for detecting this type of organised fraud. One of their most notable successes was a North London outfit.
Around about November 2011, Cami Claims Management was flagged to us through intelligence policing as a company which was a claims management company and were suspected of deliberately causing crashes with innocent road users.
The company secretary of North London-based Cami Claim Management Limited was one Andrei Malaziak. And according to the police intelligence, he was using the company to rake in big bucks.
The way Cami Claims were making financial benefit out of this was in a number of ways. First of all, they would arrange for the collisions to occur, so that'd be an induced collision. They would then sell the personally injury claims to a solicitor. Now, at the time, they would then be they would receive a solicitor's referral fee of several £100s per claim. They would also submit claims for storage of cars. Often the cars weren't stored, but they'd still submit claims. But most importantly, the bulk of the financial benefit was through what's called credit hire, which is where the innocent party, if it was a genuine crash, would be entitled to a like-for-like replacement car. So they would purport to hire a car when that car was often not hired or didn't even exist.
The credit hire cars might have been fake, but the money changing hands was real.
There is a box standard figure of around about a simple collision will cost an insurer around about £60,000.
Dave and his team launched an investigation, and the results were disturbing.
We were able to say that specifically 2 collisions, which happened in early 2012, were deliberate in that they were induced purely for making money out of third-party insurers.
If, as they suspected, the company was acting as a front for criminal activity, the police unit needed to move quickly to shut it down and eliminate the risk to the public.
It moved to the next phase, which would be the search and arrest phase. We obtained several warrants from the Magistrates Court, and they were executed on various home addresses and the business premises of Cami Claims.
Early one morning, the team struck.
Clear in here.
DC Rob Eastick managed the search at location 1.
Right, so what we're going to do now is just have a good search of this place, really have a good look around, see if we can find any mobile phones or any documents in relation to insurance claims.
And that's just what they find.
In the fact, we found quite a lot of documents, a lot of banking documents, and a lot of documents in relation to accidents. Perhaps that's part of a larger conspiracy. I don't know, but there is a lot of stuff we're taking.
Later, there's more to come from the search.
That one is on the list. She says, can you take it?
And some big pieces of evidence are seized.
All told, with the searches we did that morning, we seized 10 motor vehicles that we were able to identify had been used in criminality.
According to Ofcom, 93% of adults own or use a mobile phone in the UK. With so many handsets, phone cover is now a significant sector of the insurance industry.
We've spoken yesterday about the claim you were making for your iPhone 6.
Also,
Andy Morris is Assurance Chief Marketing Officer. Listening to claimants spin yarns is all part of the job for the company's fraud investigators.
Whilst these stories and these tales you know, are mythical or almost made up. They're fairy tales, basically. What's really clear is these fraudsters are determined and focused to attempt to defraud the really good customers in the industry over £1 billion each year.
One claimant recently called to register the loss of his phone in particularly unusual circumstances.
They claimed that they had been involved in a fight. They'd fallen into a canal and lost their iPhone.
Sounds like a flight of fancy, or should that be fight of fancy? Doubts were flooding in and an investigation was launched.
We immediately reviewed the case, as we have to, on its individual merits, and the circumstances of the claim flagged with our fraud triggers and our fraud team, which then resulted in a subsequent call from our fraud team with the claimant.
The reason why I'm calling is that your claim has been escalated for further assessment and investigation with the fraud and investigation team.
Okay.
This is mainly just the fact that the phone is lost within a very short period of time of the contract and insurance being added.
Okay.
So it's just a normal process we have in place.
The call handler's training was key in getting to the bottom of the case.
One of the things that our team is expert and skilled in doing is a interview technique with the claimants. We ask questions around, you know, did the claimant understand the value of the device, or had they sold the device, or ultimately just trying to understand a little bit more information.
And was that phone yours for your use, or was the contract under your name for someone else to use the phone?
No, for my use.
Okay. Could you confirm for me what do you believe has happened to that phone, please?
Like I said on the paperwork, he's got lost. I ended up in the water.
Okay.
Doubts were starting to surface that the phone had ever been lost at all, and they were dealing with a totally false claim. Further investigation revealed what had really happened.
We received information through our network of partners and our network of data that indeed this device had been sold to a recycler on the 26th of May, which was the day before they purchased the insurance.
They had sold the phone, then taken out insurance, then tried to make a claim to get an additional payout. It was time to take the plunge and challenge the insured about the sale of the phone.
So we've got all CCTV information, and we have the address and passport documentation of the person that has been in the store. What have you got to say?
What do you want me to say?
The claimant had been caught out, but if they had that sinking feeling, they weren't letting on. In fact, they went on the defensive.
We may pass information over to the police as this can be deemed as fraud against your insurance policy.
Okay. It's probably fraud against my insurance policy anyway, because I shouldn't even be insured anyway.
Well, you are,
because
and you have...
Well, my contract voided, because if you read the terms and conditions, I'm not supposed to have insurance if I've got the phones insured under somebody else, and they've been insured under somebody else before. The insurance makes no difference between you, because it's void.
So all I'm saying...
Contracts don't exist, because you can't have two insurance.
You can have 10 insurances if you like, but you can only make one claim. You can.
You can't have... Why would I have 10 insurance policies on one mobile phone?
But he was totally out of his depth. The existence of multiple policies doesn't void them. It's only multiple claims that are ruled out.
Now going away from our conversation. I work with insurance.
Okay, carry on. Okay then, so what's the crack then? Come on, you tell me the crack then.
So as I was saying, obviously you try to mislead the shop and your insurance, and this is fraud against the insurance, so your claim will be declined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye.
At this point, the claim had well and truly sunk, and Assurance heard nothing more from the man.
I do think that the fraudsters underestimate the amount of information that we have either on them or the device itself, and what becomes very clear through the claims process is upon presentation of that quite hard evidence that the claimants then ultimately will disappear.
Or in this case, they'll sink without a trace. Any business that is accessed by members of the public has to have public liability insurance in case anyone suffers an injury on the premises. But according to figures from the Association of British Insurers, so-called slip and trip frauds increased by a staggering 75% last year. Meaning scammers see this type of insurance as a soft target.
Our job is to pay claims when somebody's injured quickly and fairly, and the majority of claims that come in here are honest claims where something's happened and people are injured. But unfortunately there are a proportion where they're just made up. Either injuries happened and it's not our fault, not our customer's fault, or nothing's happened at all.
Richard Hiscox is Aviva's Director of Casualty Claims. The insurer operates a unit in Bishopbriggs, which specialises in investigating injuries. They recently looked at what appeared to be an open and shut case.
The third party claimed that as he went into a shop doorway, the automatic electric doors were malfunctioning and closed on him. Yeah, he said that after the doors closed on him, he suffered injuries to his head, suffered some dizziness and concussion.
On the face of it, it sounded like he'd sustained a serious head injury, and this was reflected in the potential value of the claim.
We put an estimate on our £8,900 to cover his injuries and his legal costs.
With such a large amount of money on the line, Richard's team put their heads together to work out exactly what had gone wrong.
When we did the normal investigation, I think that's when things began to go awry, because the witness statements from the people who worked in the shop and then subsequently the CCTV footage told a bit of a different story.
That's putting it mildly. Maybe the blow to his head was a bit more serious than he first thought, because the CCTV completely contradicted his account.
So this is a really interesting piece of video evidence, because you'll see that the guy who's a claimant comes into the shop, a normal busy shop entrance, people passing by in the street, and him standing in the doorway and nothing happening except the doors are open as they ought to be. And then you see the guy running behind, crossing the road, entering the shop and assaulting our claimant.
The CCTV evidence dealt the claim a knockout blow. Although the man had been injured, it wasn't the fault of the shop doors, which were in full working order, allowing other shoppers to enter.
Very interestingly, somebody else comes into the shop from outside who just steps over him, obviously keen to get his pint of milk. One of the things that occurs to me is, our shop workers are trying to look after him, and he later then puts in a claim, which seems entirely unfair.
Unfair and unwise, considering that the whole incident was captured on camera.
The claimant was making up pretty much all of his evidence.
Confident that there was no case to answer, Aviva shut the door on the claim.
Bye-bye. We sent a letter of repudiation to his solicitors, followed it up by sending them a copy of the CCTV footage, and they very quickly withdrew the claim and then declined to represent the claimant anymore.
Richard's team had successfully headed off the false claim, and they never heard anything more from the man.
Well, I hope this gives a strong message that if you put in a spurious claim, we will defend the interests of our customers and we'll take it as far as we need to.
Some people seem to think that what goes on tour stays on tour. But when it comes to travel insurance fraud, a false claim is a false claim, no matter what language it's made in. SIGA is a company that provides global emergency assistance and travel and medical claims services.
Good afternoon, SIGA Special Investigations. How can I help you?
Simon Cook is the head of Special Investigations, and he recently dealt with a claim from a traveller who'd experienced a theft.
The customer told us he was travelling within India by road and he pulled over to have a much needed break. When the customer got back to his car, he realised the car had been broken into and his personal possessions and cash had been stolen.
The victim was far from being a stereotypical broke backpacker.
The customer was claiming for £3,000 worth of personal possessions and £1,000 in cash, so the combined total of the claim was £4,000.
A substantial sum for a travel claim, and doubt soon crept in.
We had some initial concerns with the claim because the customer was claiming for £1,000 in cash when he only had 4 days left of his 30-day trip within India. We would certainly have to question why he had that much cash left on him at the end of his trip and why it was in sterling.
Not to mention why you'd leave that much cash unattended in a car. Other issues meant the claim was struggling to get out of first gear.
We also required a police report to have some independent evidence to support that the incident did in fact occur.
And further evidence was provided about the damage to the car.
He later provided us with an invoice from an auto repair shop to confirm that the car window had in fact been replaced.
But doubts remained, and at this point Simon's team decided to park the claim until they'd spoken to the insured.
We decided to conduct a telephone interview with the customer. And in the interview, the customer provided inconsistent information about the circumstances. He also provided inconsistent information about when and how he reported the matter to the Indian police.
The claimant had done little to accelerate his case, and with concerns still mounting, Seeger requested more evidence.
Bye-bye. He later provided us with 2 additional police reports, which was very strange for a theft that would occur in India. You would only expect to really receive 1 police report.
This brought the total up to 3 completely different reports. There was me thinking police officers hated extra paperwork.
The first one was just confirming that an incident had occurred. The second one, there was additional information about where the bag was stored within the vehicle. And the third one was confirming that a window had in fact been smashed in the car. Due to the inconsistent information the customer actually provided to us, we were concerned whether the incident had occurred in the manner he had described, if at all.
Some people might have thought that with the incident happening thousands of miles away, there was nothing much to be done. But Simon was prepared to go the extra mile.
We decided to appoint one of our overseas investigators to go out to the police station to validate the 3 police reports and also to go to the auto repair shop to see whether that invoice was in fact genuine.
What he found meant it almost certainly wasn't.
Well, our overseas investigators spent about an hour canvassing the area trying to find the actual auto repair shop, but it was nowhere to be found. He then decided to speak with local residents and shop owners, and no one had ever heard of this auto repair shop.
But the key line of inquiry was into the multiple police reports.
Our overseas investigator interviewed the police officer in charge, who confirmed that the first police report was genuine. The officer in charge then looked at the second and third police reports, and he said that he's never seen any police reports such as that in his life, and they didn't originate from that police station.
It was arresting evidence that something was seriously wrong with the claim, and Seeger took action.
We formally repudiated the claim and invoked the fraud condition that's outlined in his insurance policy. We didn't hear anything further from the customer, which I think says a lot.
Not only did the claimant go away empty-handed, there will be potentially serious consequences if he ever returns to India.
Due to the fact that the customer provided 2 false police reports, the officer in charge did in fact then issue a warrant for the customer's arrest. So next time he returns to India, the police are going to be after him.
Right.
Previously, DI Dave Hindmarsh of the Met began a search on a property connected to Cami Claim Management Limited in North London, a claims management company he suspected was behind 2 induced collisions.
Clear in here.
We forced entry because we've got a search warrant, and we're just in the process of searching the premises for any evidence.
Signed on one person, searching one room, I think.
The warrant's downstairs as well.
But the raid is about to move up a gear as Dave heads over to the second location, the main company office.
We will meet one of the directors who's been arrested this morning, and we'll do a search looking for relevant evidence relating to what we're investigating.
That man was Andrei Malaziak, the company secretary behind Cami Claim Management.
You use that one for business as well? Kind of, but nothing has done on it.
What we were looking for was evidence of criminality. That would be fraudulent insurance claims, evidence of cross-credit hire. We were looking for any other evidence that would suggest that they were involved in other fraudulent claims.
And it wasn't long before that evidence was forthcoming.
Went for the pencil.
Tony.
How was that done? Was that bottom drawer?
We found a quantity of cash. We found evidence of claims that had been altered in order to facilitate more fraudulent claims.
Satisfied with the haul from the Cami office, Dave headed back to the first location, where the search wasn't just focused on paperwork, they were after much bigger pieces of evidence too.
We've got 2 vehicles that we believe have been used in this particular crime, and as such, we're going to seize them as evidence. In addition to these 2 vehicles, another gentleman's been arrested. Yeah, good result at the moment. All told, with the searches we did that morning, we seized 10 motor vehicles that we were able to identify had been used in criminality. That one is on the list. She says, can you take it? Those cars have clearly been obtained through fraud, so we need to get rid of those cars, take them off the criminals. And not only that, they're evidence. We're able to prove that these cars were in possession of the organised gang, and they were later used as decoy cars or cars that were being crashed into.
Andrei Malaziak was taken away for questioning at a local police station. Later in the investigation, his associate, Ian Valduva, was also arrested. Eventually, a date was set at Southwark Crown Court.
All of the evidence that we'd had uncovered was presented to the judge, which ultimately led to early guilty pleas. Maljelik was sentenced to 12 months imprisonment. The other male, Ian Valduva, was sentenced to 4 months imprisonment for his role in the scam.
Malaziak had been the company secretary and was instrumental in arranging the collisions. Valduva had a much lesser part in the fraud, but his sentence sent out a strong message.
He handed over his car to the gang to be crashed into. I think that's quite significant that he went to prison, because it shows how the courts are taking these matters seriously. And what I would say is if you hand over your car in these circumstances, if you are convicted, then you must expect that you will receive a custodial sentence.
Ultimately, this type of fraud affects all of us.
Every single person who has an insurance premium will pay a little bit extra because of these frauds. That's the financial impact. It's actually more serious than that, because these people are deliberately causing crashes on the roads. Now, they don't know what the outcome's going to be. Someone could be seriously injured or killed. So it is really, really important to stop these people who are doing this, these type of frauds.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, one fraudster performs a vanishing act.
She was wanted by all 43 police forces and was literally on the run.
A victim of a road traffic accident has a change of heart.
He'd obviously been allured to the money that had been put aside for him.
And RSA encounter the world's unluckiest dog owners.
When you looked at the invoices and the supporting documentation, they didn't really stack up.
It is estimated that there were around 4 million offences of theft in the UK last year. So it goes without saying that insuring your belongings is something worth doing. Whether you bought something outright or are just hiring it, insurance is there to protect you if things go walkies. But unfortunately, not all claims are what they appear, and that's where claim validation specialists like ICOG come in. Managing Director Tara Shelton's previous experience as a police officer and psychologist came in handy when she dealt with a claim from a woman named Diane Thompson, who had become a victim of a mugging.
She was in a park in London and she had been approached by 3 males who robbed her of 6 cases of photographic equipment that she'd hired to make a music video. The equipment in total was worth £150,000.
£150,000? Clearly this wasn't your average camera.
It's more to do with Hollywood blockbuster movies. That's the type of camera it is.
Unsurprisingly, with a claim of that size, the insurance company were keen for Tara to find out more. So she gave Diane a call.
Hello. I was filming a music video.
Can I ask why you needed such sophisticated equipment?
I like it to look a certain way. That's what I want. I'm a perfectionist and that's what I want to see. That's what I want to produce.
And what's your occupation?
Accountant.
You're an accountant?
Yep.
And how long have you been an accountant?
About 15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
With a long career as an accountant and a real passion for professional filming, spending 150 grand on her kit wasn't that far-fetched.
I initially asked Diane Thompson to just tell me in detail exactly what happened.
I decided to go to the park to shoot some outtakes for a scenery shot. And I was approached by 3 men. Sorry, I'm still quite shaken up when I talk about it.
Time.
With someone as passionate about high-definition images as Diane obviously was, you'd expect her descriptions to be spot on.
I separated each of the 3 offenders, if you like, and asked her to describe them.
Would you be kind enough to describe the first one to me, please?
Okay. Number 1 had on black bottom and a black jumper, fair hair and Irish accent.
Okay. And then if we were to concentrate on offender 2, how would you describe him?
Same. He had on black bottoms and a black jumper. He fair-haired also. Yeah, about the same.
She quite clearly faltered at that point, and strangely enough, all 3 looked exactly the same and were all wearing exactly the same clothing.
And then if we can just focus on the last one, if that's okay.
Yeah. Same Her hair is very much the same looking as the others.
It's interesting.
This certainly does sound interesting.
And then what happened next?
My battery on my phone was dead, so I couldn't call the police right away.
Mugged and no mobile phone, Diane really was having a bad day.
I drove to the nearest police station, which was Boreham Wood, and it was closed, which I've never experienced before in my life.
And her bad luck didn't end there, as Diane wasn't able to find the boys in blue anywhere.
The account of her being approached by 3 males who were all dressed the same and all looked the same, and then her actions after the theft of racing around London for 5 hours in a car to report it to the police, but every police station that she visited was closed, just didn't ring true.
One hell of a day.
One hell of a story, more like. And unfortunately for Diane, the longer the call went on, the more her account sounded like fiction rather than fact.
When I relayed my concerns to Diane, it was quite interesting. She took on a persona of quite an uneducated, weak female who didn't understand.
Took everything, all of the equipment.
She might have struggled to find the police on the day, but fortunately for Diane, she was now speaking to the perfect person.
I understand these situations are quite distressing, and if I can give you any reassurance, I'm actually an ex-detective inspector, so I'm quite used to all these sort of issues, so I understand how difficult it must be.
Thank you.
Well, it's not every day you have a former detective investigating your case. That can only be a good thing, can't it?
After my phone call with Diane, it was very important at that stage just to follow the normal insurance process. We had to meet Diane. I invited the insurer to come with me and take a statement from her and actually get her to sign that statement.
But when Tara arrived at the address Diane had given, the case took a shocking twist.
When I actually turned up at her home address, not only was she not there, but she hadn't been living at that address for probably about 3 months at that time. Unfortunately, the only way for her to get out of this situation was to go on the run.
This really is starting to sound like a Hollywood plot. And Tara thinks she may know exactly why Diane did a runner.
Her motivation for disappearing was very, very clear to me. She'd been detected. Diane Thompson was wanted by all 43 police forces and was literally on the run.
With the country's police force on the lookout for Diane, Tara and her team turned their attention to the stolen kit.
In the media industry, there's actually an intelligence database where you can place potentially stolen equipment to alert the industry that any equipment that comes into their hands with this particular serial number has been reported as stolen.
Thanks to this database, the plot thickened even further.
A few days later, a music producer in Italy contacted the Metropolitan Police and said, I have that camera in my hands as we speak.
So the kit that our pretend producer had flogged abroad was returned to the hire company. But finding Diane wasn't so easy, and she stayed missing for over a year, until the police had a remarkable stroke of luck.
The local policing team just happened to be passing one of her old addresses, and she just happened to be standing outside. I mean, it was literally that random, and she was arrested and conveyed straight to Holloway on a remand warrant pending trial.
She may have been a phony producer, but Diane still had one final plot twist up her sleeve.
When I found out that Diane had gone against her advice from her own counsel and decided to plead not guilty, I was utterly amazed.
It might have taken a year to track Diane down, but justice was served rather more swiftly.
And I was absolutely delighted when, within 9 minutes, the jury unanimously found Diane Thompson guilty.
Diane Thompson had claimed for over £150,000 worth of equipment, but instead of a career behind the camera, she got over 2 years behind bars.
I think it's fair to say Diane Thompson thought she was cleverer than she was, and that first phone call I had with her, without question, identified that she wasn't going to get away with this story, but because she was in so deep and was committed to her story at that time, she really had no choice but to follow it through or to admit the truth. And she was never going to admit the truth, and to this day she still doesn't admit the truth.
Still to come, there's a fiery case of whodunit.
What's quite clear is that he deliberately started the fire and left it to burn out.
And some sick puppies need looking at.
Either the Staffords were the unluckiest dog owners in the world, or else there was something not quite right about this claim.
With around 30 million cars on UK roads, it's unfortunately inevitable that accidents happen from time to time. But thankfully, not all accidents are severe. Colin Bushell of DWF knows as well as anyone that no matter how big or small a claim may be, they all need investigating, even if it involves parked vehicles.
The accident itself is quite straightforward. The claimant's coming along a minor road and looks to park up on the side of the road. The defendant is actually parked to his left and is looking to come onto the main road itself, and there's a very minor bump between the two cars.
A minor bump. That sounds like it should be a quick and easy claim to settle.
This was a straightforward case. LV were looking to make payments in respect to the vehicle damage, so there are no issues from their perspective.
Hello, can I speak to you?
Oh, hello. How are you doing? All right.
Ursula Jello and her team at LV dealt with the claim.
He told us about somebody who'd actually rung him earlier in the morning, letting him know that they knew that he'd had an accident and that actually he was entitled to some money.
Yeah, I've had a lady phone me today saying that obviously we know that you were stationary, the man's insurance has accepted liability for it and everything like that.
Right.
You're entitled to this money that's been set aside for you. Is that right, that you've got money put aside for saying that if anything happens to me?
To the claimant's credit, he actually said that he had a pre-existing condition.
I don't know about this lady, she was saying to me, have you got a bad back, sir? A bad neck? I said, look, I suffer from a bad back and it just so happens that I've got a bad back at the moment, but it wasn't through that.
As an insurance company, this was great to hear a consumer telling us this, because that tells us actually the message is getting across that it's not okay to put a fraudulent whiplash claim through when actually there's nothing wrong with you. And so actually when we were hearing this from our third party, it was very, very refreshing.
And this upstanding man wasn't exactly shy about sharing his feelings about opportunistic claimants.
But all these people that are doing this in this country should be shot, to be honest. I know it sounds a little bit severe.
Having had the conversation with the third party, we then surprisingly had a claim through from a solicitor acting on behalf of him.
When investigators read through the document, it seemed to tell a different story altogether.
He has a neck injury, which is described as being severe, and a lower back injury, which again is severe.
Hang on. The last time they spoke to him, he was strongly against bogus claims.
I don't know about this lady, she was saying to me, have you got a bad back, sir? A bad neck?
He'd obviously been allured to the money that had been put aside for him.
Is that right, that you've got money put aside for saying that if anything happens to me?
As the insurers continued to read on, it went from surprising to shocking.
Very specifically within the medical report is reference to having suffered severe shock, and there was actually severe travel fear included within the medical report itself.
Travel fear? That's a new one on me. This chap really had done a complete U-turn.
When you look at and consider the evidence or the tone very much within the initial phone call, this gentleman doesn't come across as somebody who is in any way, shape or form suffering from shock. He comes across as a very calm, considered gentleman.
I've got a bad back, yeah, I've got a bad back, but I couldn't plead down to taking that knock in the car doing it.
So even though this claimant's injuries seem to have changed drastically, unbelievably, he still stuck to his story.
Both parties decided to run this to trial. If the claimant were to succeed, he's looking at the value of his claim to be around £3,500.
Armed with the evidence from the phone call, LV and DWF were more than happy to go to court.
The call recording is fairly unique. It's not often you're able to bring that type of evidence to a judge's attention.
Above all else, the phone call evidence proved one thing.
First and foremost, you told us you weren't injured. You're now telling us you are.
I'm all right. I feel all right. So I've got a bag back anyway, but it wasn't through that.
His story-changing antics didn't help him when the time came to stand in front of the judge.
So at trial, I think it's fair to say that the claimant came across very poorly and had quite a bad day out, to be honest with you. The extent of his cross-examination was lengthy, and he was taken to all of the inconsistencies, which were numerous. A good example would be the fact that the claimant forgot that he'd actually suffered, or allegedly suffered, a neck injury. That was something he had to try and explain away in the face of the court to the judge.
But unlike our claimant, the judge on this case only says what he means.
So the outcome of the hearing itself is really straightforward. The claimant failed on every aspect of his claim, so it was dismissed in full.
And although this claimant lost his case, he should count himself fortunate.
I'd suggest the claimant was actually quite lucky. The court dismissed his case, but took no further steps. On a different day, before a different judge, he may well have been found to have been fundamentally dishonest. Or worst case scenario, he could be held to be in contempt.
Think of that as the court equivalent of 3 points.
If we actually look at the original phone call itself, this gentleman acknowledges that the types of individuals who are going to pursue exaggerated claims are a scourge.
All these people that are doing this in this country should be shot, to be honest.
Apart from the should be shot bit, incredibly, this claimant has hit the nail on the head.
Like everyone's insurance policies go up through the ceiling.
And that is exactly why this issue has to be investigated. Those making spurious, invalid, exaggerated claims are the root cause of this increased premium.
Pets can be a great addition to the home. In fact, it's estimated that 12 million UK households have them. And the most popular pet by a long way is, you've guessed it, dogs, with 8.5 million nationwide. And for some homes, one dog just isn't enough, as John Beadle discovered when RSA received a call from a canine-loving couple.
The Staffords took out 3 policies with us. The first policy was for a dog called Buster.
Unfortunately, illness and injury affect most pets at some point, and sadly, Buster was no different.
Buster, the dog, sadly broke his leg, so we funded the treatment for his broken leg, which then developed into cancer, and that ultimately led to him having to have his leg amputated, and then very sadly, ultimately had to be put to sleep.
Losing a pet can be an extremely upsetting experience, but fortunately, the Stafford family were covered.
The thing with pet insurance is, and I'm a dog owner, is you hope you never have to use your pet insurance, but sadly sometimes you do.
Following Buster's passing, Mr. and Mrs. Stafford did what many dog lovers would do. They bought another canine companion.
They subsequently took out another policy for a dog called Angel, and then Angel also developed a form of cancer.
Visits to the vets aren't cheap, and so the Stafford family quickly racked up thousands of pounds worth of vet bills.
And of course, all these claims we were paying in good faith because they were all supported by documentation from the vets and invoices.
With their recent upsetting losses in mind, the Stafford family decided to cheer themselves up with a third dog, Winston.
Winston then developed cancer.
3 dogs with cancer. This is starting to sound like Groundhog Day.
We were entitled to think that either the Staffords were the unluckiest dog owners in the world, with all 3 of their poor animals having developed cancer, or else there was something not quite right about this claim.
And reading Mr. and Mrs. Stafford's paperwork did little to settle the investigators' concerns.
Our fraud investigator, when they began to look at this case, and when you looked at the invoices and the supporting documentation, they didn't really stack up. They didn't look as professional as they perhaps should have done.
With concerns about Mr. and Mrs. Stafford's numerous pet insurance claims, RSA checked the authenticity of the documents.
And of course, when we went and visited the vets, they said they'd never created any of this documentation, all the stamps and the signatures used were all fraudulent.
Knowing that the documents were dodgy, RSA passed the case on to the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department. After investigating the case, IFED officers arrested Mr. and Mrs. Stafford and charged them with conspiracy to commit fraud by false representation. And when the case got to court, the judge was less than impressed with the couple's shaggy dog story.
We were pleased with the sentence handed down to the Staffords. They didn't go to prison, but they got a substantial suspended prison sentence, plus a community service order.
The couple were also ordered to repay every penny of the £8,000 they'd fraudulently received.
They probably thought it was easy, that insurers don't have any controls around this, and they were probably motivated by greed. So my message to the people is, we're not stupid, and you will get caught.
So all three of Mr. and Mrs. Stafford's pet insurance claims were bogus. But whatever happened to their dogs?
Angel and Winston didn't exist at all.
So if Angel and Winston were phantom pooches, what about Buster?
There is a kind of nice postscript to this story, because when we unravelled this series of claims as a fraud, we actually saw Buster, who was alive and well, and I can assure you he had all 4 legs still on him.
The UK's fire and rescue services attend over 200,000 fires every year. But as Tom Gardiner from Aviva knows only too well, some fire-related insurance claims are less smoky and more hokey, particularly when the police are giving you the heads up on a suspicious claim.
Mr. Lee made a claim for fire damage to his Ford Transit van, which was found burnt out in a car park whilst it was unattended.
Good morning, Aviva Direct.
Hello, we've had a fire in one of our vehicles that's insured with yourself.
Do you have the fire brigade there at all?
Yeah, they've put it out.
Right from the start, doubts were raised about Mr. Lee's version of events.
Very quickly we had a number of concerns about the claim. The fire appeared to have been deliberately started in the passenger seat, but the vehicle was found locked, and he also had burns to his hands.
It certainly sounds suspicious, but Mr. Lee had an explanation.
Because basically there was a chemical spillage in the back of the van. Because we do landscape gardening, it can actually cause quite heavy burns.
The police clearly thought the burns to Mr. Lee's hands meant that he had something to do with the fire himself. He sought to explain that as being as a result of handling weed killer.
It wasn't looking good for Mr. Lee, but then Aviva discovered something that added even more fuel to the fire.
The decisive piece of evidence and the nail in the coffin was CCTV coverage at the car park, which Mr. Lee had overlooked, but which actually showed him driving the vehicle on fire into the car park. He later tried to explain that as being fog or mist, but which the police were able to rule out and said that the weather was clear.
With alarm bells well and truly ringing, Aviva were confident they now knew the facts.
I think what's quite clear is that Mr. Lee deliberately started the fire in the vehicle himself, drove it to the car park, and locked it and left it to burn out.
Realising his claim was up in smoke, Mr. Lee started having second thoughts.
8 days after he'd reported the incident, Mr. Lee telephoned Aviva wanting to withdraw the claim.
I've had a lot of hassle with the police. The police arrested me for insurance fraud.
Insurance fraud?
Yeah. There's no claim, then you haven't committed insurance fraud, so I might as well take the vehicle back, sell the pieces, and get the money back.
Unfortunately, what he didn't realise was withdrawing a claim wouldn't take away the crime.
Faced with the evidence against him in court, Mr. Lee took a turn for the worse.
At the trial, during evidence, when presented with the CCTV images, he suddenly alleged chest pains, And as a result, the trial was adjourned while an ambulance attended.
Thankfully, the chest pains didn't last, and it wasn't long before the trial resumed.
Mr. Lee finally received a suspended sentence of 16 weeks.
So, anyone thinking they can just walk away from this type of fraudulent claim is risking more than just burnt fingers.
I think the lesson is that submitting fraudulent claims isn't the solution, because you will get caught, you will get prosecuted. Mr. Lee will find it very difficult to access financial products in the future, and instead of being a lot better off, he's a lot worse off.
If you think that man's attempt to cash in was extreme, then buckle up. Because outside the British Isles, there are people whose attempts to cash in on insurance payouts go from ridiculously shocking to just plain stupid. Let's file that one under ridiculous, shall we? And the risks some people are willing to go to can be frightening. Even your mate is leaving you alone on that one. Taxi! Getting caught faking a personal injury claim can be pretty serious, but to some, it's worth the risk. But not worth making an effort, though, I see. Here's a chap who seems happy to show you how it's done. That'll leave a mark. Maybe next time this young man will think twice before he throws himself in front of a moving car. That looks like more of a snooze than a bruise on your bike. Yep, when it comes down to it, to some people it doesn't matter if it's on a slow street or a hurtling highway. Forget the payout, you're lucky to leave this scam with your life. Ludicrous claims happen all over the world, but if that isn't scary enough, some people are taking their chances and falling in front of moving cars here in the UK too, as this unlucky learner driver found out. Yep, this looks like a perfect road to practice the old three-point turn.
Yeah, as you came round, you should have steered to your right. What's he do?
That's nice of him.
Okay, carry on.
Oh, he's back. Maybe he's going to give the windscreen a clean. Comfortable down there, are you? I want to see that again. Put it in reverse, would you? Here he comes. Oh, there you go. Thankfully, this man walked away and didn't submit an insurance claim.
Just get out of it. Just get out of it. Pull forward.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, car insurance fraud, a victim story.
I felt absolutely sick knowing that I'd been driving around uninsured all that time. One of the worst days of my life.
A tall tale about a mugging is knocked back
I'm sorry, you expect me to believe that you've just been robbed by knife point, and instead of phoning 999 from home, you decided to walk an hour and a half to the police station?
Yeah, I thought it was more practical.
And an American woman's appearance on national television leads to her come-on downfall. The City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, or IFED, is a dedicated team of detectives committed to stopping insurance fraud cheats.
Since IFED started at the beginning of 2012, 1,200 individuals have been either arrested or interviewed under caution, suspected of insurance fraud.
This elite squad has prevented millions of pounds being paid out to criminals in fraudulent claims. From now on, insurance cheats need to look over their shoulders.
Insurance fraud isn't easy money, it has risks and consequences. You can get a criminal conviction and you can go to jail.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
One particular problem is ghost broking. DS Mark Forster knows how this scam works only too well.
Ghost broking is effectively the unlawful selling of insurance policies. It's done by criminals who will sell you forged documents in the belief that you have bought legitimate insurance cover when in fact you haven't.
The more sophisticated ghost brokers use inside knowledge of the industry to appear legitimate. But people like Alison Middleton of Tradewise know exactly how their scams work and how to spot them.
Our policies are motor trade policies, which provide cover for persons that are involved in the motor trade, and the cover afforded under these policies is for a number of vehicles rather than one vehicle which you'd see on a private car policy. Therefore, making motor trade policies attractive to somebody who's trying to set up a ghost broking organisation, because they can put a number of vehicles onto those policies which would then all be flagged up on the motor insurers database and appearing as genuinely insured.
In December 2013, Tradewise were approached by a member of the public who believed they were insured with the company.
They'd been experiencing some problems in obtaining documentation and getting hold of their broker, and having looked into it themselves, they managed to find that the vehicle was insured through Tradewise by looking on the motor insurers database.
However, Tradewise doesn't cater directly to members of the public. They decided to take a closer look to see if there was indeed a connection to the car.
We identified that the vehicle in question had been placed on one of our motor trade policies. And that's where our investigation started. The indicators showed that the risk had potential to be involved with ghost broking.
At the same time, IFED had been alerted to a pattern of suspicious activity.
A large number of individuals reported to Action Fraud that they had purchased insurance for their vehicle through a company by the name of Personal Touch.
Web-based Personal Touch insurance was run by just one man based in Andover.
Inquiries showed that this company did not exist. Once we started to look at the bank accounts and also the insurance policies that had been set up in order to facilitate this fraud, it soon became apparent that there was just one individual that was behind all of it.
That individual was James Clark Tomlinson.
He'd set up what looked like a genuine insurance intermediary, and through that company he was supplying members of the public with certificates, cover notes, documentation which they would have believed had been issued by an insurance company, and therefore showing that they had a real insurance policy in place.
But the vehicles appeared on the motor insurance database in name only, and there was never any actual insurance cover. Clark Tomlinson was simply pocketing his victims' money.
Approximately 150 victims had purchased insurance through Personal Touch. It was apparent that £60,000 had gone through his account in just over a 12-month period.
But it wasn't just strangers who'd found his website that were targeted. He was prepared to deceive those closest to him.
Clark Tomlinson would befriend a number of his victims. He would become friends with them. He would circulate in their communities. He was a car enthusiast, as were a number of his victims.
One of whom was Vicky Small.
I've got a limited edition Subaru Impreza. It's number 6 of 100 Acropolis Rally limited editions that were made in 1993 in Japan.
But as Tomlinson well knew, getting affordable insurance for high-performance cars isn't easy. which made people like Vicky more vulnerable to the scam.
I met James Clark Tomlinson at Bournemouth Pride in 2013. After we'd done the parade and everything, we all came back to my house. And it was there that he was telling not just me, but everybody else about his insurance company or the company that he worked for, how they would beat any other quote by a minimum of 20% or they'll give you £100. Sounded like he knew what he was talking about. He said all the right things. He'd been working in insurance for a long time. I spoke to him about 2 days later, and that was when I took out the policy.
And it wasn't just Vicky who was caught in the fraud.
Every one of those 150 victims thought they had purchased legitimate car insurance to drive their vehicles on the road. In fact, they were not insured at all. They had a false certificate, they didn't have any insurance, and therefore not only were they putting themselves at risk by driving on the road, but also other road users.
Clark Tomlinson even went so far as to offer his so-called customers rewards for recommending others.
I recommended not only friends in the car scene and the modified car scene, I recommended family, friends, people that I've known for years.
The introduction of this loyalty scheme showed how greedy Clark Tomlinson was, how determined and underhanded he was.
A lot of my friends do have high-performance cars and they're a lot younger than me and they do struggle with insurance, you know, the cost of it. So I thought, two birds with one stone. My friends are going to be getting a really good, amazing deal, not only prices, but a great level of cover, and I'm helping a new company to flourish. You know, I just really wanted to help everybody.
But just 6 months later, Vicky's world crumbled.
A friend of mine messaged me and then phoned me and said that his car, he had a letter from the motor insurance database saying that his car wasn't insured. He tried to phone the number in the Manchester offices of Personal Touch Insurance and he couldn't get through. So then I tried phoning, couldn't get through. And it was then that a couple more people emailed me and then we realised that it was just a massive con. I felt absolutely sick knowing that I'd been driving around uninsured all that time. And unfortunately, I believe for some other drivers, people have had accidents, had points, had fines, lost their cars because they thought they were insured and they weren't.
On hearing the news, Vicky moved quickly.
The next step for me was to alert as many of my friends as possible. One of the worst days of my life. It was horrible. I had a few people come round and see me. There was tears. People were angry. People were shouting.
But for Vicky, things were about to get a lot worse.
Vicky Small had a serious heart condition for some time. Clark Tomlinson was aware of this, and yet, despite the fact that they had become quite good friends and Vicky Small trusted him, he continued to lie and defraud her.
The stress was horrendous, and I ended up in hospital shortly after.
But unbeknownst to him, the man who'd exploited Vicky and others was being tracked by IFED. Initially, he proved as elusive as his fake policies.
We established that a number of the victims knew Clark Tomlinson by various different names. He seemed to frequent different addresses in different areas of the country, and one initial report we had at the very beginning of the investigation, when he was first identified, suggested that he was actually working on a cruise ship.
But before he could sail off into the sunset, IFED officers tracked him down.
When IFED detectives arrested Clark Tomlinson, he was extremely upset. He seemed surprised that the police had managed to find him, and he became very obstructive. He was a very obnoxious individual, so much so that during the police interview, he decided that he'd had enough and didn't want to answer any more questions, and that it was a waste of his time. So he turned off the recording equipment halfway through the interview.
Despite this behaviour, IFED was able to build a watertight case against Clark Tomlinson, and before long, it was time for him to face justice.
In May 2015, Clark Tomlinson appeared at Southampton Crown Court, and he pleaded guilty to 18 counts of forgery and fraud.
Attending court was Vicky, the victim who had at one point counted him as a friend.
When it was time for the sentencing, because he did plead guilty, I felt that I needed to be there.
Clark Tomlinson's £60,000 fraud resulted in a sentence of 4 years behind bars.
No amount of money for me will ever undo the damage that's psychologically and physically been done to me. People like James Clark Tomlinson are just scum. They don't care who they hurt, the consequences they leave behind. All they want to do is get as much money as quick as possible.
Clark Tomlinson was an extremely arrogant individual who thought that the police wouldn't catch up with him. My message to any other would-be insurance fraudster is that you will not get away with your crime and that the police will catch up with you, and detectives from IFED will ensure that you receive the most severe penalties at court for your actions.
Later, a dodgy medical claim has a whiff of trouble.
Our investigator also noted that the operation was listed as rhinoplasty.
And an unconvincing tale about a mugging is dealt a blow.
The account that you've given me is simply not believable, I'm afraid.
No, okay.
The famous 3 words that give contestants on America's Price is Right game show the chance to make their dreams come true with a big money win. Lucky Kathy Cashwell pumped the air as she took to the floor. But would her luck continue?
Kathy. $1,000. And Molly.
801, Drew!
801. Actual retail price is $1,375. Kathy, come on up here.
Thinking her luck was well and truly in, Kathy elbowed her way onto the stage, barely able to contain her excitement.
Nice to see you.
We have a trip to Palm Springs and a trip to Santa Barbara.
But appearing on one of the nation's biggest game shows with millions of viewers exposed the web of lies she'd been spinning.
Oh, I hope you're right. Now she's going to try to beat 80 cents whenever you're ready.
In truth, Cashwell was already cashing in, to the tune of thousands of dollars in workers' compensation. Some years prior to her appearance on the show, the former postal worker had claimed that a serious workplace shoulder injury meant that she couldn't stand, sit, kneel, squat, climb, bend, reach or grasp. As a result, she'd been collecting compensation since 2005.
Sorry, Kathy.
So she shouldn't have been able to do this. This, and certainly not this. That's right, in addition to appearing on national TV, Kathy Cashwell had also posted a photo on social media that showed her arms high paragliding.
You tell me where that price goes, and you're going to win both trips.
Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara. And when I say 3, flip it up. 1, 2, 3. You got it! Go to Santa Barbara, go to Palm Springs, $5,000 worth of travel.
But in reality, Kathy Cashwell was going nowhere except court. Unsurprisingly, her ill-judged Price is Right appearance tipped off investigators that she was pulling a fast one. Evidently, she didn't think through the consequences of being pictured on national TV, standing, reaching, and grasping, things she claimed to be unable to do. On September 11, 2013, she was sentenced to 3 years of probation and was ordered to pay back the agreed amount of $30,000. Finally, it was time for her to shoulder the blame. What do you get when you combine 15 years' experience of policing, hostage negotiation skills, and a degree in psychology? You get Tara Shelton from ICOG. Her unique background means that she can identify fraud more swiftly than normal.
Our specialism predominantly surrounds something called conversation management.
This comes into play when Tara and her team talk to claimants on the phone.
We use very gentle techniques to identify fraud faster, but those techniques are significantly embedded on a cognitive and psychological basis.
For insurance cheats, there's nowhere to hide.
If someone is lying, we'll know.
Often, it's the small giveaways that make Tara suspicious. Things that might not be obvious to you or I, but stand out a mile to an expert. In one recent case, a photographer claimed that he'd been the victim of a serious offence.
He said he decided to go to the local park to take some moody photographs in the bad weather. However, when he got all of the equipment out in the park in order to take the shots, he was approached by 3 youths in hoodies who presented a large knife out of a pocket, threatened him. He then handed his equipment over, went home, and then reported the matter to the police. The total value of the claim was approximately around £50,000, and the equipment ranged from a MacBook through to different types of cameras, different types of lenses, all of which are quite high in value.
Not only was the claimant seriously out of pocket, but his livelihood was on the line too.
We did identify that the claimant was genuinely a paparazzi, quite a well-known paparazzi individual.
Meaning that without his camera, he couldn't work and therefore had no money coming in. As always, before making contact with the claimant, Tara did her homework.
What was interesting when we carried out some further research is he had changed his name on 3 occasions previously, was being again chased by debt collectors, and was now, as a grown man, living with his mother.
It was time for Tara to get a fuller picture of the case.
It's Tara Shelton from ICOG about your insurance claim.
Yep.
Hi, is now still a good time to talk?
Yeah, it's a good time now.
I found the claimant quite a fascinating character because he described a knife point robbery in the most vaguest, shortest, non-emotional detail I think I've probably ever heard.
And there was like about 3 guys, well I wouldn't say about, there's 3 guys there hanging around in the background, and basically they were watching what I was doing. When I went to pack up, I basically got approached, knife point, and I had my equipment taken away from me. And they went one way, and I went the other.
Can you just expand a little bit more on that for me, please?
If someone has genuinely been held up at knife point, it should be either quite a traumatic incident or certainly an incident where you can provide some detail. But there was nothing like that at all.
And I know this might be quite difficult when you try and put it into words, but can you try and describe for me how he was holding the knife in order to make you feel threatened?
Oh, cool. Well, he had it in his right hand, so then he just had it. I don't know. He just had it in his hand. I think that's quite threatening enough as it is. I couldn't believe it myself.
If he couldn't believe it, how did he expect others to? At this point, the conversation started to get even more surreal.
And on top of this, he still remained very kind of non-emotional, but he was also making really inappropriate jokes, which I found quite bizarre, considering you're talking about a knife point robbery.
And their English is quite appalling.
Sorry, when you say his English is quite appalling, what do you mean?
Well, it just sounded like, something out of that Halfords advert.
No, sorry, I don't know that one.
Well, it's like wannabe Cockney.
Would you, Adam and Eve it? At this stage, he probably wanted to put down the dog and bone, but Tara wasn't done yet.
And have you had victims of crime come out and visit you?
No. What do they do?
They help victims of cases like this just to give them reassurance and any guidance that they
If they bring a bottle of whiskey, that might work.
But hitting the hard stuff wasn't going to help, and in reality, the photographer had shot himself in the foot. Tara could see right through the snapper's flimsy story.
People scrabble to spontaneously lie. And when they are in a position where they have to spontaneously lie, what happens is the brain goes into a meltdown. The cracks were just getting more and more obvious to me.
How confident are you that everything you've told me so far is absolutely true and correct?
Confident. As confident as my memory goes. Not everyone remembers things in great detail.
You sound a bit nervous, that's all.
Well, it is. Actually, this questionnaire is getting a bit long.
Sorry to keep you, mate. For Tara, there was one moment where the photographer's account really started to lose all focus.
The main game changer was actually my natural response to something that he said to me, which was that he walked home quite calmly after this had happened. Even though there was a landline available in the home, he decided not to call 999 there and to walk to the police station. And then I asked how far the police station was away.
According to the claimant, it was just down the road.
When you say just down the road, how far is it?
It's about hour and a half's walk.
An hour and a half's walk?
Yeah.
That is one heck of a long road, and unfortunately for him, it finished in a dead end.
I'm sorry, you expect me to believe that you've just been robbed by knife point, and instead of phoning 999 from home, you decided to walk an hour and a half to the police station?
Yeah, I thought it was more practical.
It's simply not believable, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Surely a genuine claimant would be protesting their innocence at this point. Tara had heard enough.
The account that you've given me is simply not believable, I'm afraid. I believe the reason the claim has been made is to assist in your financial situation. So, with that in mind, how would you like to proceed?
Well, I mean, is this now going to become like a court case thing now? So what do I do now? Do I just find an attorney now? Do I fight my case?
Well, I'm not here to advise you. I'm the one that is telling you that I've got concerns, and the insurers do have concerns, which is why it has been passed to me.
Finally, the photojournalist accepted that his story had been spiked.
He completely underestimated the level of detail that is required, and ultimately he failed at the first hurdle.
But there was a way to pick himself back up. Tara had already agreed a strategy with the insurance company.
When I outlined that one of the options that the insurer was willing to accept a withdrawal of the claim, he was quite happy to withdraw the claim, thanked me for my time and for my professionalism.
Clearly, he realised that he'd more than met his match.
Well, thank you for your patience, and I know you've been very professional. And wow, that was the hardest interview I ever had.
The newsman had been well and truly scooped. Holidays should be spent on the beach, not in a hospital emergency department. But that's where one unfortunate traveller ended up. SIGA, a company that provides global travel and medical claims services, processed the paperwork. Simon Cook is their head of special investigations.
The customer told us that while she was on holiday in Lebanon, due to an accident, she had to have an emergency operation to her nose.
And that she wanted to claim for the cost on her travel insurance.
The value of the claim was approximately £2,000.
Covering medical costs abroad is all part of the package that SIGA provides.
On the face of it, we had no reason to doubt that this was a valid claim.
And it was only when they began to sniff around that there were concerns.
It is a condition of this particular insurance policy that you contact the emergency medical helpline if you require an operation, so that we can ensure that you're getting the right treatment.
But there had never been any communication from the claimant.
Most genuine customers want to contact our medical emergency helpline because it is quite a daunting experience being in hospital overseas.
And there was one thing in particular which made them sniff danger.
Our medical expert explained that there were no x-rays or any other tests carried out, so they were unsure how they could determine whether an operation was required.
The lack of assessment of her injuries clearly went against normal medical practice.
To perform an operation such as this without first conducting x-rays or some form of tests goes against normal medical practice. Due to the concerns we had with the claim, we decided to conduct a telephone interview with the customer.
SIGA's investigator sensed that there was something iffy about the nose injury story itself.
The customer told us that she'd been chasing her daughter around her sister's flat. Unfortunately, she ran straight into a glass door. The first question that sprung to mind for our investigator was, well, what happened to your daughter? Surely, if the customer was chasing after her daughter round the flat, then her daughter must have hit the glass door first. At this point, there was a long, awkward silence, and we had to actually check whether the customer was still on the line. The customer broke her silence, and she told us that she'd got the circumstances incorrect. She was in fact being chased by her daughter, as opposed to her chasing her daughter.
The story was starting to reek, and the investigator decided to nose around the doctor, who was genuine enough.
However, the doctor did not specialise in emergency medical treatment.
Seeger then took the radical step of appointing an overseas investigator to pay the doctor a visit in person.
Our investigator made an appointment at the hospital to speak with the doctor, and when our investigator arrived, the doctor was well aware that we were going to be visiting. Without even referring to any paperwork, the doctor actually validated the claim and said that our customer had received an emergency medical operation. The doctor actually told us that he had nothing further to add to the situation and left.
Undeterred, the investigator spoke to the hospital receptionist, and it was at this point that things started to get interesting.
She then decided to bring up the official computer records in front of our investigator. Our investigator also noted that the operation was listed as rhinoplasty. This is more commonly known as a nose job.
A cosmetic procedure, definitely not something associated with a medical emergency.
Given the significant inconsistencies with the circumstances the customer provided us with, we were satisfied that the incident involving her running into a glass door did not happen.
They saw right through the story to the likely explanation.
As far as we were concerned, this was a case of medical tourism, and the customer had travelled to Lebanon with the intention of having a nose job whilst on holiday.
Needless to say, travel insurance doesn't cover this type of plastic surgery, and the claim was declined.
The customer initially tried to contest our decision, but after we wrote back to her, she decided not to pursue the claim any further.
Shown that she knows what's good for her, the woman finally walked away.
This investigation just proves that we take a hard-nosed approach to investigating fraud.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units.
Stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today,
It's the police. Can you open up, please?
the game is up for one fraudster.
You're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation.
One man mistakes a bus for his bed.
You can see by the position of his head he's beginning to doze off. You've got to feel a little bit sorry for the chap in that it's an unfortunate accident.
And one claimant has an unlikely career change.
He presented himself as a security doorman. Over time, his career fortune seems to have blossomed into him becoming a surgeon.
With 29 million customers nationwide, it's inevitable that Aviva get their fair share of fraudulent claims. But whilst many of these are from opportunists trying their luck, sometimes they're faced with a fraud on a much larger scale. Angela Bailey and her team found themselves dealing with exactly this type of case.
Within one of our claims locations, they identified a couple of claims where the claimant's addresses and telephone numbers linked. So these were referred into our Claims Fraud Intelligence Unit, who then reviewed the claims for further exposure.
The same people involved in numerous claims was strange enough, but as they continued to investigate, that wasn't all they discovered.
There were 7 policies that had all been taken out by the same bank accounts, and all of these policies linked back to Mr. Kadri. We identified that Mr. Kadri had taken out 7 policies, all by the same credit card with us.
Holding numerous insurance policies isn't a crime. But Abdul Qadri had already received 2 payouts, totaling £12,000. And Aviva's investigation revealed that this was potentially just the tip of the iceberg.
In total, there were 16 claims, which resulted in 60 injury claims submitted to Aviva with a value of £300,000.
Such a high volume of claims and injuries was a huge red flag. And with around £300,000 on the line, Aviva's investigation continued. And it wasn't long before their suspicions were confirmed.
Mr. Qadri appeared on a couple of the claims, but the majority were names and addresses where people had no idea that the claims had been made for them.
So Qadri had been submitting claims using other people's details, and it appeared he wasn't too picky about whose identities he used.
People that he'd put in these claims were linked to him by friends, family. On the whole, they had no idea that the claims had been submitted.
By now, Qadri had already fraudulently received £12,000. But now they were onto him, Aviva set the wheels in motion to bring this fraudster to justice.
Once Aviva had sufficient evidence, we contacted the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department at the City of London Police to take the investigation further.
Since it was formed in January 2012, IFED has convicted over 700 fraudsters, and they didn't waste any time in taking up this case. Simon Stiles was one of the officers who worked on the investigation.
When the case was referred to IFED, all we had at that stage was a number of fraudulent claims, all linked together by a single bank account. We did some further inquiries around the details of the vehicles that was used in the accidents. We found that these people either didn't exist, as far as we were aware, they didn't live where they said they lived, and they didn't actually own the vehicles that they were reportedly driving at the time of the accidents.
It was looking as though Mr. Qadri was not only impersonating claimants, but shockingly, investigators were also concerned that he was potentially fabricating some of the crashes.
We believe that a number of them did take place, but also a number of them were what's called staged, where 2 vehicles are brought together deliberately to make it look as though it's a proper accident.
IFED began putting together a detailed profile of their suspect, and it pointed to one conclusion.
We're looking at Mr. Qadri's bank account. It looked as though he had some means. He didn't appear to be working at all. There wasn't a salary, there wasn't a legitimate source of income, and therefore we think he was the mastermind behind this.
It was time to speak to Qadri face-to-face, so DC Kate Sibley and her team paid him an early morning visit at his home address.
Hopefully we're going to be finding telephone numbers that have been used, names that have been used to open up the policies.
Officers arrive at Qadri's address and immediately secure the front and back of the house to avoid anyone attempting to leave the property.
It's the police, so can you open the door?
The longer we spend outside, knowing that someone's in there, the more concerned we get as to whether they're going to attempt to escape, arm themselves, or hide the evidence or just attempt to destroy it.
Eventually, their knocks are answered.
Good morning. My name's DC Einsman from City Police. Mr. Qadri, I'm going to arrest you, OK? You're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation.
Still to come.
We seized a number of handwritten documents which are basically an outline of the accident.
As the search gets underway, IFED officers hit the jackpot.
It was a whole diary of his criminal activity.
In the UK, there are around 6,000 accidents involving buses each year. When someone claims they've had an accident on a first group bus, it usually lands on the desk of Lee Ingram.
It's alleged that in late 2014, a gentleman was injured on one of our buses when it took a corner too abruptly and he was thrown from his seat.
Now, most of us have been caught off balance on a bus before, but usually the only harm done is a bruised ego. However, when the passenger in this claim lost his balance, the results were disastrous.
He sustained a black eye, a nasty cut to his head, and also a soft tissue injury to his neck. This claim would have been worth about £9,500, and that would have been made up of the personal injury treatment costs and legal fees arising from bringing the claim itself.
As with every claim they receive, First Group investigated further, and their first port of call was a fancy bit of onboard technology.
All of First buses are fitted with telematics equipment. Generally, what they do is they record changes in speed, changes in direction, sudden acceleration, deceleration. It's quite easy to see if a bus has turned quickly. It would show a record of this happening.
With the telematic technology showing no evidence of any sudden turns, the team switched their attention to the onboard cameras in the hope they might provide some answers as to exactly what happened.
The CCTV footage shows this gentleman sitting in one of the front seats. You can see by the position of his head he's beginning to doze off. It's a nice sunny day. The shadows thrown across the bus can sometimes have a soothing effect. It's quite warm, so it's not surprising he's probably fallen asleep.
Now, pay attention, folks. It certainly looks as though he's starting to drift off. Next stop is the land of Nod. He's going, gone. Oof, that was a nasty fall.
When you see him fall off his seat, face first into the stairwell, you know that's hurt. You've got to feel a little bit sorry for the chap in that it's an unfortunate accident.
As painful as it may have been, First Group remained certain of one thing.
We do see some cases, obviously, where people deliberately will throw themselves to the bus floor. This isn't one of those instances. It clearly is a situation where the gentleman has fallen off his seat, but the difference here is that he is alleging that this is caused by the bus movement, and it's not. It's actually caused by him being asleep and being unable to stay on his chair as the bus is moving quite normally.
Let's see that again. Eyes peeled for the mysterious quick turn. Nope, the only thing I can see turning is his fellow passengers' heads.
You'll notice from the actual footage itself that no one moves or shows any real issues with the way the vehicle's moving or travelling. You've got the young boy there sitting in the luggage rack, and he doesn't budge. If the vehicle had suddenly turned the way that the claimant has said, he would have needed to hang on, otherwise he's going to get thrown out of that luggage rack, because you've seen the way that the gentleman's come off his seat.
Fortunately, First Group's buses are also fitted with cameras on the outside. So, just to be sure that the footage from inside wasn't misleading, Lee's team checked out every angle, just in case they'd missed the quick turn the passenger was claiming against. Did you see it? Nope, looked like smooth driving to me. Let's take another look.
It showed absolutely nothing at all, so it's more a case of what it didn't show than what it did show in this instance. There's no doubt at all that this is a genuine incident where the chap has fallen off his seat, but are First to blame for that? Absolutely not.
Armed with such convincing evidence, First Group put this claim to bed.
It was quickly decided that there was no way that we were at fault for this gentleman's fall. We quickly rejected the claim, and we haven't heard since.
The UK jewellery and watch industry is worth more than £5 billion. But it's not all about the money. From inherited diamonds to wedding bands, jewellery often has a sentimental value. Thankfully, insurance is there to cover our prized possessions, should they get misplaced, broken or stolen. When one woman lost a treasured engagement ring, John Beadle, RSA's counter-fraud manager, and his team were on hand to help.
This lady had a policy, a household domestic policy, which would cover the normal perils that you would expect, fire, theft, and in this case it also covered accidental loss, both within the insured premises and externally as well.
To John and his team, the lost engagement ring appeared to be a run-of-the-mill claim.
She said that she had gone for a walk in a local beauty spot and she'd lost her engagement ring, which was valued at £2,400, it being apparently a handmade design. It sounded initially like a genuine claim, and of course, as we would do normally, we began arrangements to settle her claim for her.
Before any money could be handed over, RSA needed some proof that the customer had owned the item. But as luck would have it, she had a clear photo of herself wearing the ring. A very clear photo.
Unlucky for her, when we examined the photographs, we found that they were timed and date stamped 3 days after the alleged loss of the ring.
The claimant had been caught out by the metadata that's stored within all digital images. We've come a long way from the film cameras of yesteryear. When you take a snap today, you aren't just capturing the image, you're also recording the time and date it was taken, and sometimes even the exact location of where you were at the time. For insurers, these hidden details can be gold dust, but for potential fraudsters, they can be a nightmare.
I'm never surprised by things in this job. I've been in it quite a long time, but this is a clear, outrageous cheek.
To RSA, it was crystal clear that she was trying it on, and I'm not talking about the jewellery.
She was making a claim for a very precious item, an engagement ring, which you would naturally be very upset about if you had lost it in those circumstances. And we were doing our best to try and compensate for this loss, when actually it's quite clear that the loss never occurred at all.
Armed with the incriminating photo, RSA reported the case to the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, who wasted little time.
They paid her an unannounced visit at her place of work, and lo and behold, she was, at that time of their visit, wearing the said engagement ring, which she had allegedly lost.
Talk about being caught red-handed. It'll come as no surprise that this woman didn't receive the payout she was hoping for, but that's not to say she left empty-handed.
She was arrested and taken back to the police station, where she was interviewed under caution, and she admitted her guilt. It was decided to deal with her by way of an official police caution.
This woman learned the hard way that committing fraud comes with serious consequences.
You will end up on the insurance fraud register, which will cause you problems in obtaining insurance cover in the future.
As head of fraud at Aviva Insurance, Tom Gardiner knows a thing or two about accidents and injuries. The extensive experience of Tom and his team came in handy when one of their customers was involved in a collision, where all 5 occupants of the other car claimed they'd suffered whiplash.
So a straightforward whiplash injury on its own may have a value between £1,500 and £3,000.
But as Aviva began the lengthy task of processing the 5 claims, one of the passengers, a Mr. Shah, had a slightly different account.
In the first place, he presented a claim for straightforward whiplash injuries. Over time, that escalated astonishingly into really quite catastrophic injuries, including being in a coma for 2 months, multiple fractures, broken jaw, broken teeth, and blackouts.
Was he in the ejector seat? Now, it's fair to say that some whiplash injuries can worsen over time, but this was taking it to a whole new level, as the list of injuries went on to include a fractured skull, blindness in one eye, and loss of taste. As far as Aviva were concerned, though, the entire claim left a bad taste in the mouth, because Mr. Shah's injuries weren't the only details that were ever changing.
There are a number of inconsistencies with Mr. Shah's claim, including his employment status. In the first place, he presented himself as a security doorman, and over time, his career fortune seems to have blossomed into him becoming a surgeon. We suspect that was all about trying to inflate his claim for wages and loss of earnings.
From doorman to surgeon in a matter of months. Now that's some career progression. But Tom thinks he knows the reason behind Mr. Shah's meteoric rise up the ranks.
If he had had a genuine whiplash claim as a doorman, his claim may have had a value of several £1,000s. If he was a surgeon with such catastrophic injuries, it would have been hundreds of thousands.
It'll come as no surprise that with such dubious inconsistencies on the claim, Aviva decided to look into this one a little further.
We carried out detailed investigations. In particular, we arranged for engineers to inspect the damage to the vehicles, which proved to be wholly inconsistent with the circumstances and the injuries presented.
With the damage to Mr. Shah's car a million miles away from what the claim suggested, Aviva turned their attention to the alleged injuries.
I think we were surprised by the inconsistency and escalation of the injuries. Medical evidence was never presented.
Refusing to be stitched up by a pseudo-surgeon, Aviva sent Shah and his solicitors packing. But they soon discovered that they were dealing with a man who was as determined as he was deluded, when Shah instructed another solicitor to pursue his claim for injury.
We were particularly surprised that firms were prepared to accept Mr. Shah's claim without validating him or the truth of his injuries. And it was Aviva that notified the solicitors and alerted them to their client's fraud.
But with a potentially life-changing amount of money in his sights, Shah was not going to give in easily. and enlisted an astonishing 12 different solicitors to pursue his claim over the course of the investigation. However, without any proof of his injuries whatsoever, none of his army of solicitors were successful in securing Shah a payout. And in a shocking turn of events, investigators discovered yet another bombshell, this time involving the car that allegedly caused the incident.
We also interviewed the driver of our insurance vehicle, who was complicit in the fraud and eventually put his hands up and admitted it was a scam.
So they were all in on it. This claim was dodgier than Mr. Shah's medical credentials.
What we're quite clear about is that this was an entirely bogus accident and entirely bogus injuries.
Tom and his team compiled their evidence and handed it over to the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, who gladly took on the case.
We then worked with them to bring a prosecution, and eventually Mr. Shah was sentenced to 6 months in prison, which we were very pleased with.
For Aviva, the outcome was a great success.
In total, we avoided all 5 claims, including Mr. Shah's catastrophic injuries, which potentially had a value of several hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Pets can be a great addition to the home, but caring for them isn't cheap. In fact, the average trip to the vets costs around £300. Thankfully, pet insurance is there to take the brunt of the cost when our furry friends are injured or become ill. But just like any other type of insurance, it's open to spurious and exaggerated claims, as Simon Wheeler and his team from Agria discovered when they dealt with a dog owner who had an upsetting visit to the vets.
This was undoubtedly a very sad incident. A young puppy had heart failure and had sadly died.
Good morning, how can I help? Hi, I picked my puppy up on Thursday. Yeah. On some Saturday, I think. He passed away. God. How do I go about claiming?
After receiving a claim form from the grieving owner for £500, Agria started looking into the claim. But as they read through the policyholder's paperwork, something jumped off the page.
We looked at the policy details and we found that the policy had only been set up less than 2 hours before the puppy had died. To all intents and purposes, if it had been a clean-cut accident and the puppy had died, the policyholder would have been covered.
The problem was that this was anything but clean-cut, and the timing of the puppy's passing was a real concern for Simon and his team.
The death of the puppy was very, very, very close to the start of the policy, and ordinarily young puppies don't just drop dead without any warning. Now, what we suspect is that the puppy had shown signs of being ill, and the owner was then deciding to make sure that there was insurance in place to cover that pre-existing illness.
If the poor little pup was showing signs of illness before the insurance policy was taken out, then unfortunately the owner's policy would not be valid.
Pet health insurance is no different to human health insurance or motor insurance. If your grandma's got a chronic heart condition, you can't take out an insurance policy to pay for private medical fees for that heart condition. It's pre-existing, it's already there.
To establish whether the puppy had been showing any signs of illness before the policy was taken out, they spoke to the owner.
He died of heart failure on the 9th. We didn't have a clue that anything was wrong with him before that.
Sounds fair enough, but Agria wanted an expert opinion too. So they also spoke to the vets who treated the puppy, although their account of what had happened was remarkably different.
On the 30th of July, the puppy had been seen for its primary vaccinations and was to all intent and purpose healthy.
A week later, the puppy was brought in to see the vet again, but this time the poor thing wasn't so well.
The puppy was coughing, was marginally distressed.
Over the next 2 days, the puppy's condition continued to deteriorate. And after repeated visits to the vet, the poor pup sadly passed away. But there was more bad news to come.
The vet unequivocally told her that the puppy wouldn't be insured as the condition was pre-existing. It started before the insurance was set up.
You might think that being told by a vet that your dog is definitely not covered would be the end of the matter. Not in this case.
Upon hearing that, The policyholder quite candidly asked the vet if they could just lose the veterinary history or amend the veterinary history so that the insurance would pay out. The vet obviously told the policyholder, no, if I change my notes, if we change the veterinary history, that would be fraudulent.
The owner asking for the records to be changed was the final straw for Agria. As far as they were concerned, this claim was 100% null and void. But just to make sure the message sank in, they put it in writing.
That included the fact that she'd asked the vet to act fraudulently and amend the veterinary records.
Hi, I recently made a claim about one of my puppies that passed away. I got a letter back telling me that I've made fraudulent a claim, so I'd just like to kind of put things straight.
She was quite stressed at that point. She was quite frightened because she tried to act fraudulently and often been rumbled.
They need the response to be in writing from you, please. And if I don't write to you what happened, then it will stay as it is then, and we couldn't sort of reassess it. We need some further information. I believe that's all in the letter they sent you. Okay, but if I don't respond, nothing will happen. I'm not going to be, That's it. That's right. Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Agria are still waiting for that response.
I think that policyholder won't be doing this type of thing again. They were very shaken by the fact that, one, they'd been discovered, and two, they foolishly tried to take some money from an insurance company that they weren't entitled to.
Previously, in Birmingham, IFED's DC Kate Sibley tracked down Abdul Qadri, who was suspected of masterminding a huge motor insurance scam with an estimated value of over £300,000.
You're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation.
With Qadri under arrest, the team began searching the property for evidence.
We're going to be completing a search of your address, okay? I'm looking for certain things, insurance documents, and anything to do with motor vehicle insurance.
With the search well underway, the team uncover a mountain of suspicious paperwork.
We're in one of the main bedrooms at the moment, and it's just sackfuls of paperwork, documentation. Quite a lot of it relating to what we're investigating. We've got documents relating to the insurance company, all the names, telephone numbers, vehicle registration numbers that we're looking for that are in relation to this inquiry. We're probably about halfway through the search now, but we're finding stuff all the time.
As the bags of evidence mounted, it was starting to become clear that this was a meticulously planned operation.
We seized a number of handwritten documents which are basically an outline of the accident, notes of where the accident took place, how it took place, but we found a number of those, driver details of the third-party vehicle, victims' details, insurance company details, and obviously full description of how the accident happened with a nice little diagram.
To investigators, the revealing detail in the documents far exceeded their expectations.
It was a whole diary of his criminal activity, and we were very pleased to actually take possession of it. We knew at that stage Mr. Qadri had a lot of explaining to do.
Faced with such damning evidence, it wasn't long before Qadri was banged to rights.
Mr. Qadri was charged with fraud by false representation, and he was bailed to attend the local magistrate's course in early January 2014.
But IFED were in for a nasty surprise, because when Qadri's day in court arrived, he was nowhere to be seen.
The UK borders were informed in case he'd left the country and returned, and inquiries were made through relatives and family and previous addresses. Unfortunately, we could not find him.
Wherever Qadri may have run to, IFED were certain of one thing.
It was now a waiting game. We knew he'd show up. We didn't know where and we didn't know when. We knew he would.
Sure enough, eventually IFED got their man.
We got a call that Mr. Qadri had been arrested at Heathrow, having returned on a flight from Afghanistan.
With Qadri finally back in the UK, IFED did the polite thing and greeted him at the airport.
He was a bit surprised as we were waiting for him. I don't think he thought that we'd take so much trouble over him. But we take trouble over catching anybody who commits insurance fraud or any other crime in the UK.
Now in the hands of IFED, there was no way Qadri was going to escape this time.
Within 24 hours of Mr. Qadri setting off the plane after he arrived from Afghanistan, he was before the Crown Court in Birmingham. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Mr. Qadri immediately put in a plea of guilty. The judge sentenced him to 38 months imprisonment for his offences and an extra 3 months to serve for failing to return on bail and flee in the country.
Kadri thought he was in line to receive over £300,000. In fact, he got over 3 years behind bars.
I believe Mr. Kadri received such a long sentence due to the organised nature of these incidents from the notebook that the detectives found when they raided his address. This has quite clearly been planned to some detail and with every intent of financial gain through fraudulent means.
IFED have since made a proceeds of crime application against Kadri to recoup the money he fraudulently gained from Aviva. Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And a number of highly skilled police units.
Stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act, unclaimed and shamed. Coming up, a gentle afternoon drive leads one unsuspecting motorist headfirst into a crash for cash scam.
There's absolutely no reason for those brakes to come on. This is an induced collision.
One claimant needs to brush up on his communication skills.
He couldn't stop himself calling me love.
The theft did happen, love. Oh, I keep calling them.
And a moped rider's claim falls flat.
Crucially, he wasn't at the point on the road where he alleged the accident had happened.
The City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, or IFED, is a dedicated team of detectives committed to stopping insurance fraud cheats.
Since IFED started at the beginning of 2012, 1,200 individuals have been either arrested or interviewed under caution, suspected of insurance fraud.
This elite squad has prevented millions of pounds being paid out to criminals in fraudulent claims. From now on, insurance cheats need to look over their shoulders.
Insurance fraud isn't easy money. It has risks and consequences. You can get a criminal conviction and you can go to jail.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
As anyone who's been involved in a collision will tell you, the aftermath can be an unpleasant and often costly experience. But an increasing number of motorists are turning to technology to protect themselves from being unfairly blamed in the event of an accident.
Over the last few years, as costs have come down, more and more people have been making use of their own dash cams in their vehicles, and these have proven to be very useful for things such as insurance claims.
In the 12 months leading up to February this year, dashcam sales increased by a whopping 918% in Britain. They're usually seen in commercial vehicles, sat next to the furry dice. But with cameras now costing as little as £30, you can see why the public has started to catch on too. Like this driver here. But as he took his brand new dashboard camera out for its maiden voyage, the last thing he was expecting to happen was this. After the accident, the driver's insurance company, LV, received a claim from the person behind the wheel of the silver car in front, Miss Alina Khan.
The total that was being claimed for was over £26,000, and that came about because of the cost of repair to the vehicle damaged, but also a credit hire car to replace that car, the storage of the damaged vehicle, and to cover personal injury to Miss Khan herself.
Fortunately, the dashcam footage supplied by their customer provided LV with the perfect eyewitness account of what had happened. However, upon examining it, they realised something wasn't quite right and passed the case on to the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, who took up the investigation.
Khan said that she'd been driving through the town centre of Manchester at quite a busy time of day, lots of other cars and people around, when she'd been caused to come to an emergency stop, and that's what caused the car following her to collide with the back of her. From what Ms Khan told her insurance company, this appeared to be a genuine accident, much like any other that happens up and down the country every day.
After watching the footage, IFED investigators soon shared the insurer's concerns that this was anything but a genuine accident.
There were a number of things about this claim that raised suspicions. Okay, so as you can see, this is Ms Khan's silver Audi in front. The road is clear in front of the silver Audi, and there it goes, the brakes come on, but there's absolutely no reason for those brakes to come on. There's nothing in front. This is an induced collision.
As if Miss Khan slamming on her brakes for no apparent reason wasn't suspicious enough, the footage also highlighted something else that pointed toward foul play.
What the dashcam footage also shows is that the following driver had absolutely no way of avoiding a collision because he can't move over to the left. He's being boxed in by another black Audi vehicle. This is quite a classic kind of MO. You have to have another vehicle there to either act as a decoy to nominally cause the brakes to come on, or to force the following vehicle, the target, that it's got nowhere else to go, so it has to crash.
As the two cars wait alongside each other at the traffic lights, their trap was set. And seconds after the impact, we see the black Audi, which has been positioned alongside the whole time to prevent the victim from avoiding the collision. Convinced that they were dealing with a classic case of crash for cash, IFED continued with their investigation, and as they looked into Khan's car, the evidence really began to pile up.
Part of the cost of this claim were the courtesy car replacement vehicle for Ms Khan's Audi, a black Audi, and the investigation revealed that the car boxing in the other driver was the car that she later used as a courtesy car.
So, not only had Khan deliberately caused the crash with an unsuspecting driver, she also had the nerve to claim for a courtesy car, when in fact it belonged to her accomplice. But Khan's lies didn't end there.
According to Ms Khan, her silver Audi was undrivable, and so it needed to be in storage at high expense. When we looked at traffic cameras, it was still being driven around, so it clearly was still drivable.
With every element of Khan's claim proving to be fraudulent, IFED turned their attention to the claims management company, who were pursuing the claim on her behalf. AMC Claims Limited in Manchester.
AMC's role was to work between Ms Khan and the other driver's insurance company in organising things such as the credit hire and any medical examinations that were required. On the face of it, AMC Claims was a legitimate claims management company like any other.
However, further investigation revealed that the owner of AMC Claims Limited, Sarfaraz Ahmed, was actually friends with the driver of the black Audi, Kamran Yassin, and that wasn't all.
The deeper we investigated into the circumstances of this collision, the more it became apparent that it was all set up from the start, and they had a plan. The vehicles were added to insurance policies just before this all happened, and there was clear evidence that they'd been in close contact leading up to and just after the collision.
With proof that the drivers of both Audis and the owner of the claims management company were in on the scam from the start, IFED arrested all three. This web of fraud had been exposed thanks to one trusty eyewitness.
The dashcam footage was hugely significant. It gave us lots of lines of investigation to follow, and it enabled us to confront Ms Khan with the real circumstances of what had happened that day. At trial, all three of those people were found guilty by a judge. I don't think any of those three people were surprised to be arrested, but certainly they showed no remorse whatsoever throughout our investigation or at court.
Justice was served when Alina Khan received a 14-month suspended sentence, and Kamran Yassin, who was behind the wheel of the black Audi, received a 16-month suspended sentence, along with 280 hours of community service. The owner of the claims company, Sarfaraz Ahmed, also pleaded guilty and awaits sentencing.
I think this goes to show that insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime that happens with a load of paper being moved around somewhere. It happens on our streets. It is almost like daylight robbery. I think if these three hadn't have been stopped, they'd have carried on orchestrating collisions on the roads and hurting members of the public. Sadly, in this country, we have had serious injuries and deaths from crash for cash scams, and that shows why it's so important to investigate and stop people like this.
Still to come, a pothole prang is investigated.
The nature of the pothole didn't look to us to be of the type of severity that would cause someone to come off their bike.
And an apparent victim of theft isn't in the mood for talking.
Before we even got to discuss anything, the customer strangely decided to terminate the call.
Increasingly, insurers are turning to dedicated claims handling companies. ICOG use specialist techniques to weed out the genuine claims from the bogus ones. Managing Director Tara Shelton has dealt with hundreds of claims over the years. With one of the most common claims being high-tech camera equipment, Tara and her team have so far saved the media industry over £1 million. And of all the cases of nicked kit she's dealt with, one in particular stands out.
He had hired equipment, he said, to make a music video over the weekend in the famous Brick Lane in London. He reported to having made this music video and the equipment was therefore returned to the home address and was stored there overnight so that he could return the equipment as per the hire agreement.
But it was at this point our claimant's fortunes took a turn for the worse.
When he said that he got up at 5 a.m. for work the following morning, he'd found that the rear conservatory had been broken into and the entire equipment that had been hired had actually been stolen.
With almost 100 grand's worth of high-tech kit missing, most of us will be bending over backwards to try and get things sorted, but not this chap.
This particular claimant was very difficult to get onto the phone. He would make many excuses as to why he wouldn't be available to speak with us. But we made it quite clear that the claim couldn't progress without this call taking place. And eventually he gave up his lunch break on one particular day to speak with us.
But rather than move his claim forward, the phone call well and truly put the skids on it.
What he explained on the phone call was very alarming because he had absolutely no depth and no detail to offer about the incident. And one example of this was what it was he actually saw when he came down the stairs and saw that the equipment had been taken.
So if you can just go nice and slow and clear for me, please. Just tell me in your own words exactly what happened.
Well, basically, you've got the cameras, basically done the shoot, got the cameras back, and next thing I know, I'll get up in the morning, and basically, they were gone.
Unsurprisingly, such a vague account wasn't exactly ticking all the boxes for Tara.
But what was even more interesting about this particular claimant is he said there were about 20 people involved in that project.
An extensive cast and crew would surely mean that Tara could finally get some answers.
I'll need to know the names of the people involved in this.
You need to know the names? Why is that?
Because we need to speak to those people. It's quite a lot of money that's gone missing here. So it is sort of proportionate to the value of the claim, you see. So can you tell me who was involved in the video?
Well, not really.
He might not have been much of a talker, but judging by the level of cover he'd taken out, this fella clearly knew his stuff.
This particular policy is quite a specialist scheme policy where it's purchased from a broker and it's predominantly for people who actually do work in the media industry. So in other words, you would need to be suitable for the policy by having that experience.
So it sounds like this chap was rubbing shoulders with the likes of Spielberg.
And what's your occupation?
I work in a warehouse.
Right, okay. And then what do you do there?
Yeah, stack shelves and stuff, love.
Unlike the shelves in the warehouse, this claim wasn't stacking up.
This particular claimant had hired the equipment, providing references from the media industry to substantiate that he had that experience.
Now, when you hired out this equipment, did you have to provide any references?
No, I don't think so, love.
Yeah, okay, cheers, thanks.
So he doesn't remember that he provided references to hire the kit, didn't have the right experience to hire the kit, didn't want to give the names of his cast and crew, and couldn't provide any of the details Tara was asking for. It was hardly going well, but as always, Tara was keen to keep it professional.
He couldn't stop himself calling me love, and I don't really like that very much.
Okay, could you do me a favour? I don't mean to be rude, but could you stop calling me love?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's all right. It's just that this is a professional call, you see, so I just appreciate
all right,
going both ways, if that's okay.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like too much of a challenge, does it?
So you did the shoot and you got home about 8:30.
Yes.
How did you get home?
The van, love. Sorry for calling you that.
But with nerves getting the better of him, he just couldn't help putting his foot in it.
What did you get paid for doing this shoot?
I didn't get paid at all, basically, love. Sorry for calling you that.
And how many, if any, previous burglaries has that property suffered?
I don't think there has been any, love.
Okay,
Sorry for calling you that. I can't help it. All.
Did the theft actually happen?
Yes.
By now, Tara well and truly had this chap's number.
He's probably the most poorly planned fraudster I think I've ever come across.
The theft did happen, love. Oh, I keep calling that, sorry.
I think it was a combination of a high-stress response because he was lying, but also he didn't have the almost intellectual ability to carry the story off. So he was just almost filled with frustration inside himself for not being able to, in essence, play his role and win me over. It just wasn't working. It just wasn't working.
I just needed to understand, I'm afraid, as the insurers would need to understand, if you wanted to make some money from making a video, what your next steps would have been after you'd filmed it.
I produced it, and then basically, that's it. Produced it, and then basically, that's it, love, really. I keep calling that for God's sake.
When I explained to him that I did have concerns with the claim, he became very upset.
Okay. Is there anything else about what happened you think I need to know?
No.
Okay. So I've got some major concerns with the claim, if I'm honest.
Why is that?
Well, what concerns do you think I would have?
I don't know.
The net was closing in on this questionable claimant. As ever, Tara and her team had done their homework and already examined his finances, and one transaction caught their eye.
And it was just evidently clear from the very beginning that he was caught between us and whatever agreement he had made about disposing of the equipment for potentially financial gain. And we did actually, by working with the police, locate a large payment into his bank account after I had spoken to him.
The evidence was mounting, but the claimant's biggest faux pas was still to come.
And unfortunately for him, we proved that he wasn't filming in Brick Lane making a music video. He was actually at work because he clocked himself in and out.
Time was well and truly up for this chap.
The conclusion of this claim was the right one. We invoked the fraud condition and the policy was voided as if it never existed.
Hey, I think the time's up now because I've got to go. I'm going to go and get them at the window.
Can I just tell you then before you go?
Yes.
If you're not going to allow me the opportunity to explain because you're going to go, there appears to be several breaches in the policy.
Okay.
Even those that want to try and defraud insurers and plan and plan and plan and think they've got their story watertight will still get found out. He thought it would be easy. He thought it would be easy, and it isn't easy.
There are over 180,000 road accidents each year, and statistics say that if you're on two wheels, then you're more likely to be seriously injured. Peter Wake is a partner at law firm Wakeman's, who represents Halton Borough Council. And in 2010, they received a claim from a moped rider who was holding them responsible for a recent fall.
The initial claim brought by Mr. Condren was for £50,000 worth of damages, that's personal injury damages and loss of earnings, in relation to an alleged accident on the highway when he said he'd fallen off his moped as a result of an alleged pothole in the road.
The rider was Daniel Condren, and according to the details on his claim form, the effects of the fall were long-lasting.
The injuries that he alleged were a broken right leg alongside psychological injuries as well. After the accident, Mr. Condren instructed a local firm of personal injury solicitors to bring a claim against the council. The basis of the claim was that his accident was caused by a pothole in the road, and therefore he alleged the council was liable for failing to maintain the road.
Faced with a hefty bill and keen to avoid further mishaps with other road users, the council took a closer look at the pothole that had caused so much damage.
There was nothing obvious to suggest that the accident hadn't occurred, as he alleged, but we were concerned because the nature of the pothole didn't look to us to be of the type of severity that would cause someone to come off their bike.
But Condren wasn't having any of it and decided to take the council to court, which is where Peter and his team came in.
The council instructed Waitmans to act on their behalf. As part of our investigation, we carry out specialist fraud inquiries in relation to background searches, investigations, using all our systems and expertise in an effort to identify whether there's anything that might suggest a claim is fraudulent. In the course of these inquiries, we established that the police had actually attended the location of the accident immediately afterwards, and therefore we were able to contact the police officer who had been in attendance and who had prepared a police report.
As anyone who's been involved in a road accident will tell you, a reliable witness is crucial.
She confirmed that she had been in the location after the accident has happened, and she saw Mr. Condren at the side of the road.
So far, the claim makes sense.
Crucially, he wasn't at the point on the road where he alleged the accident had happened. He was a considerable distance away from that point at the side of the road.
Their stories didn't quite match. And unfortunately for Mr. Condren, the officer also mentioned a conversation she'd had with him.
He'd also confirmed to the police officer that he didn't know what had caused the accident, but that he'd hit the curb and skidded. He made no mention of a pothole causing the accident, or indeed a pothole at the location that he subsequently alleged.
With evidence like that, it'll come as no surprise that Condren's case really did hit the skids when it got to county court.
We'd obviously produced a detailed witness statement from the police officer. It was at that point that the civil claim for compensation was almost immediately withdrawn. So after the claim had been withdrawn, obviously the council was firmly of the view that it had been a fraudulent claim.
But if Condren thought he could just walk away from his tall tale, he was sorely mistaken.
Very often when civil claims for compensation are withdrawn, the claimants will think that that's the end of the matter. Importantly, from our perspective, where we've identified fraud, we'll work with our clients and advise them in relation to whether or not further avenues can be explored. Waitmans therefore advised the council about the prospects of pursuing a contempt action against Mr. Condren in respect of what we both felt was obviously a fraudulent claim.
When the case was heard at the High Court, Condren still refused to come clean.
He maintained that his accident was caused by a pothole and that he wanted to pursue his claim. However, he was not able to offer any plausible explanation for either the evidence of the police officer or the contents of the police documents, and in particular, what the police officer had recorded Mr. Condren to say at the time she'd attended the scene.
Satisfied that Condren had attempted to defraud the council to the tune of £50,000, the High Court judge didn't hold back.
The judge identified in the course of the contempt proceedings what Mr. Condren had actually done was use the opportunity to try and make a bit of money. The judge described Mr. Condren's actions as criminal and referred to the very negative effect that fraudulent claims have, not just on local authorities, but also the insurance industry and society as a whole.
The judge told Condren that the system is seriously damaged by lying claims. Those who make such false claims, if caught, should expect to go to prison. And he meant it. For trying to cheat his way to a £50,000 payout, Condren was sentenced to 6 months behind bars.
The message that this case sends out to claimants is that the courts simply won't tolerate fraudulent claims for compensation. As the judge confirmed in this case, people who bring fraudulent claims and are caught should expect to go to prison.
In this day and age, most of us can't imagine life without our trusted smartphone. But with around 300,000 phones reported stolen to the police each year in the UK, it's easy to see why so many of us purchase mobile phone insurance. However, when it comes to making a claim, insurers hear all kinds of excuses, as Simon Cook from Seeger is all too familiar with.
The customer told us that while she was on holiday in Benidorm in Spain, she unfortunately became the victim of a theft. The customer claimed for a purse, £300 in cash and a high-end mobile phone.
By the sounds of it, this thief had got away with quite the haul.
The total value of the claim was approximately £800.
To Seeger, this was starting to look like a textbook case of holiday pickpocketing.
As with the majority of the claims that we deal with, we had no reason to believe this claim was anything other than genuine.
So, with no time like the present, Seeger started processing the claim.
The customer provided us with various documents to support the claim. In addition, for any mobile phone claim, we always ask for the IMEI number, which is the unique reference number that's designated to the handset being claimed.
Luckily for Seeger, they have access to a high-tech database that stores information on every mobile phone.
When we inputted the IMEI number into the database, it did show that the phone was blocked. However, we also noted that the phone was blocked 4 weeks prior to the theft occurring.
So the phone was blocked before she left the UK. Makes you wonder why she would have taken a phone with her in the first place.
Due to the concerns with the claim, we did contact the customer to ask her why the phone was showing as blocked 4 weeks prior to the theft occurring. The customer didn't really have an explanation for this, so we decided that we were going to need to speak with the network provider to find out what information they had available.
As you might expect, the mobile network provider was cautious about releasing any personal information without the customer present, but Seeger had an innovative solution.
So we decided on this occasion that we would do a conference call between ourselves, the customer, and the network provider. When we got through to the network provider with the customer on the line, before we even got to discuss anything with the network provider, the customer strangely decided to terminate the call.
I suppose the connection could have cut out.
We tried to contact the customer again to get her back on the line, but unfortunately we couldn't get through to her.
With the claimant clearly not in the mood for talking, Seeger got back on the blower with someone who was.
We decided to get back in contact with the network provider, who proceeded to provide us with various pieces of information to help us with our investigation.
They also informed Seeger about a phone call they'd had with the claimant before she left for her holiday that may be of interest to them.
They told us that the customer reported to them that the phone had been stolen in the UK.
Seeger now knew for certain that the claimant's story was 100% phony.
We had no option but to decline the claim in full and invoke the fraud condition of the insurance policy, which does in fact state that if any part of the claim is found to be invalid or fraudulent in any way, we will not pay any part of the claim. We didn't hear anything further from the customer, and to be perfectly honest, we would have been extremely surprised if we had.
Simon and his team had averted another potential fraud.
Insurance fraudsters probably don't realise what systems and databases are available to the insurance industry to help with our battle against insurance fraud. This is a classic example of opportunistic fraud. She certainly wasn't a master criminal.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a travel insurance cheat gets a one-way ticket to jail.
Mr. Gordon's criminality, as far as I'm concerned, currently stands at one of the most prolific fraudsters that I've managed to come into contact with.
A badly executed motor claim runs out of gas.
Unfortunately, they hadn't got their story straight. One talked about it happening in the afternoon, and the other one said it happened in the evening. That's not possible.
And a false injury demand gets the treatment it deserves.
It didn't actually happen. You'd get thrown further off your seat if you had hiccups.
Holidays should be a time to kick back and relax. But if the brake starts to break down, then travel insurance is there, whether you need help during or even before the holiday. Unlucky Umesh Gordon's holiday never even got off the ground. He had to cancel his entire trip after having paid in advance for flights and accommodation.
He submitted a claim for a medical condition which meant he couldn't go on his holiday, and it was in the region of £4,500.
Matthew Crawford Thomas is Intana's fraud manager. Intana is a claims management specialist, handling claims on behalf of insurers. The company required Gordon to back up his claim with relevant paperwork.
All the documentation that he'd submitted to us appeared legitimate.
But then, a chance conversation led Matthew to seriously question the claimant's version of events.
It was a off-the-cuff remark I made to a fellow fraud expert that enlightened me that Mr. Gordon had actually submitted a claim in 2004 for very similar or the same circumstances.
Maybe Gordon was incredibly unfortunate when it came to summer holidays. Either way, Matthew decided to take a closer look at the details.
Flights on all occasions for all the claims that we'd found were all legitimate flights with various airlines.
So far, so genuine. But it turned out that Gordon was winging it with the air travel.
He was prepared to lose a little amount of money, anything between £80 to £150 on those flights, because the accommodation that he was reportedly booking was absolutely and 100% fake.
The flight tickets may have been real, but the accommodation bookings, which made up the bulk of the compensation payouts, were forged, as was the other paperwork.
Mr. Gordon submitted bank statements and medical certificates that on the face of it were legitimate. However, further investigations found out that these documents were in fact totally fraudulent.
As far as Matthew was concerned, Gordon had never had any intention of going away and had never been ill. Membership of the Insurance Fraud Investigators Group allowed Matthew to widen his investigation into Gordon. His findings were explosive.
I uploaded data into their system of the fraud that I'd found for Umesh Gordon. This uncovered fraud dating back to 2004 with 28 claims for 9 insurers amounting to over £113,000.
This was jumbo-sized insurance fraud.
Every single claim from 2004 to 2011 was for the exact same modus operandi. He sustained an injury and/or illness. All the doctor's stamps were stamped by exactly the same doctor.
These dodgy medical certificates were submitted to prove he was too unwell to go on holiday. The sickening scale of his fraud meant investigators started to look into his background.
They subsequently found out that he actually worked for Leicester City Council Benefits Department. We then secured his holiday record for the period that we knew he was committing insurance fraud, and it subsequently transpired that he didn't in fact have the right amount of time booked off for the holidays in question.
Far from being too ill to go on holiday, this proved Gordon had been well enough to work his normal 9 to 5 in the office. Matthew wasn't prepared to let Gordon just walk away from his travel insurance con.
To find such an array of fraud dating back over such a long period of time, I felt that it was personal and needed to be brought to justice. I personally wrote 28 statements, which totalled over 60 pages.
With such a weight of evidence, Matthew's next move was to present his findings to IFED, the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
They arrested Mr. Umesh Gordon, at which point he denied all criminality and said that it looked like someone had either stolen his identification or actually stolen his laptop.
Trying to portray himself as a victim was just one more deception, but Gordon had reached the end of the road.
Upon further investigations of his laptop, they found a drive with a big note on there saying insurance claims. It was at that point that Mr. Gordon, I believe, gave up the ghost.
Having worked to exorcise the fraud from the start, Matthew was there in person to see the conclusion of the case.
I attended Leicester Crown Court for the sentencing of Mr. Umesh Gordon.
Justice was finally served in the £113,000 swindle.
The judge gave him 2 years due to the fact that he had actually admitted fraud sooner rather than later. He is currently at Her Majesty's pleasure. Mr. Gordon's criminality, as far as I'm concerned, currently stands at one of the most prolific fraudsters that I've managed to come into contact with. Bearing in mind what he did for a living, for him to submit such a large amount of claims to the industry for such an elongated period of time, it beggars belief, to be brutally honest.
As does the decision to risk his successful career and reputation by committing fraud.
It just goes to show that no matter what you do for a job, people are always prepared to commit insurance fraud if they think they can get away with it, but not on my watch.
Later, Bus CCTV puts the brakes on a claim for multiple serious injuries.
Do you see any contact with the eye or ribs of either of these people on the bus? No, because it didn't happen.
And justice is delivered to a postal fraudster.
Mr. Cotman was quite upset after his arrest, and I think that's probably because there was such damning evidence that we recovered on his computers.
Recent figures show that there were nearly 150,000 road traffic accidents reported last year in Great Britain. Clearly, some fraudsters think they can slip in a false claim unnoticed. But without a watertight cover story, their chances are sunk from the beginning. Ursula Jello is LV's Head of Financial Intelligence and Crime Solutions. Ursula's team recently investigated a claim from a Mr. Williams, who said he'd been involved in an incident with an LV customer, Mr. Lee.
We had a call from Mr. Williams to let us know that he'd had an accident. He explained it was a significant one and that it happened at a crossroads where he'd collided with a third party.
Mr. Williams was driving east in his Vauxhall. Driving south was Mr. Lee in his BMW. At a set of crossroads, it was alleged that both cars collided. As further details emerged, it became clear that LV was dealing with an extremely high-value claim.
Within both those cars at the time of the accident, they alleged they both had 3 passengers each. So we actually had a total of 8 personal injury claims as part of this claim. As a result of that, our actual total claim by the end of our investigation was around £500,000. That is a significant amount of money.
It certainly is. But right from the start, there were doubts about the £500,000 claim.
A couple of things that absolutely didn't add up about this claim was, based on what was described, it was a significant accident with extensive damage. We had no witnesses and we had no emergency services called. That's unusual.
You're telling me? Unusual, if not suspicious. With the amount of money on the line, further investigation was needed, and a forensic engineer was appointed.
Insurers use forensic engineers for a number of things, but mainly actually to clarify what happened in the event of an accident. They can tell by looking at the car whether the damage is consistent with the circumstances that have been described. And in this case, they absolutely weren't consistent with what we were told about the accident.
The location of the damage on the cars was significant.
The circumstances that were given meant that the damage had to be on one side.
The left-hand side of Williams' car and the right-hand side of Lee's car.
Actually, having investigated and looked at the vehicles, the damage was on the opposite side of where it should have been.
As shown on the photos. If that wasn't suspicious enough, there was also a major question mark over Lee's car.
The vehicle at the time was not even drivable. There was a significant transmission problem, and therefore it wouldn't have even been able to drive, let alone being involved in an accident.
The claimants were clearly trying to send LV in the wrong direction with a fake story about an accident that never happened. Further evidence then emerged about the undrivable car.
We identified that actually Mr. Lee's car had previously been involved in an accident that caused exactly the same damage to the vehicle that was now in our claim.
What a coincidence. For a car that couldn't be driven, it was apparently getting around a lot.
That claim was actually turned down with the other insurer because he'd failed to disclose some modifications about the car at the policy inception.
So the previous claim had hit the skids too. LV went back to the claimant to get his side of the story.
When we spoke to Mr. Lee about the information that we'd found about the previous accident, he still absolutely denied any knowledge of that accident happening.
More inconsistencies emerged when the passengers who were supposedly in the cars at the time were interviewed.
Unfortunately, they hadn't got their story straight. One talked about it happening in the afternoon, and the other one said it happened in the evening. That's not possible.
In fact, nothing about the claim was possible, and it showed.
This wasn't the most sophisticated. Their stories didn't match up. The cars weren't even drivable at the time of the claim. It just really was shoddy.
LV was determined to take the case further.
It was very clear that we needed to do a bit more than just not pay the claims.
They referred the case to the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, and the officers interviewed some of the people who'd supposedly been in the cars.
3 of the claimants confirmed that actually the accident didn't take place and their claims were absolutely fraudulent.
These 3 were given cautions, but the case against the 5 other men went to court. Williams, the driver of the car insured with LV, received 8 months, and Lee, the owner of the undrivable car, got 12 months.
LV were really pleased with this result. It's not okay to commit a fraudulent claim. And as a result of doing that, you will be found out and you will be put in prison.
DI Dave Hindmarsh of the Metropolitan Police's Roads and Transport Policing Command heads up an elite team of officers who combat vehicle crime.
If you are convicted, then you must expect that you will receive a custodial sentence.
For all the millions invested in technology to detect insurance fraud, sometimes you can't beat good old-fashioned police work, like in this case.
It came to us from one of our uniformed officers who was out on the street. He'd been doing routine patrols when he stopped a car. The car was registered to a London driver. In fact, it was registered to the person who was driving it, but the insurance policy was registered up north in Daventry with our driver who was stopped at the time as a named driver. The car was ultimately not insured, so it was seized.
But this wasn't the end of the story, not by a long way.
Several days later, the same officer stopped another car, virtually in the same circumstances, in that it was a London car with a London driver. However, The insurance policy was for an address in Daventry, again with this person as a named driver.
Either a lot of drivers were moving from Daventry to London and forgetting to update their details, or something more sinister was going on.
The officer who stopped the second car was immediately suspicious and started questioning the driver as to how they had obtained their insurance policy. And that had come through in an advert on an online market site.
The driver said that the advert was for an insurance broker, someone who, for a fee, uses their know-how to find cheap insurance for a client. It can be a legitimate business, but when it's fraudulent, it's known as ghost broking.
The ghost broking scam works because they offer cheap insurance. Maybe it's to people who are high-risk drivers, multiple penalty points on their licence, etc. And you will provide your details and the cash, and you will not know what the ghost broker then sends to an insurance company.
All you can be sure of is that the ghost broker will change small details, so the quote from the insurer is cheaper than a policy with all the correct information.
The significance of these two policies which highlighted this ghost broker, both being in Daventry, is simply it is a lower insurance premium, it's a lower risk area. The difference will be hundreds of pounds between a policy taken out in London and a policy taken out in places such as Daventry.
To the unwitting customer, it appears that the broker has got them a much cheaper deal, even with the fee. The results of the investigation into the online advert provided the breakthrough that led to the next stage of the case.
We were happy that we'd established through our various intelligence indices where the advert had been placed and who had placed it.
That person was Milad Ahmed. In early 2013, Dave and his team moved in to shut down his fraud.
Right, this morning we're off to an address in East London.
Dave and the team arrived before dawn to execute the search. Raids are always scheduled early to ensure that the suspect is home.
Just keep cover up in the rear, would you?
It's important to guard the exits in case a suspect decides to make a run for it. Once everyone is in position, the officers are ready to make their move.
Hey, morning, please. Could you open up, please? Good morning. Come in. Thank you.
The occupiers let us in, so we'll just be explaining why we're there, and hopefully we'll start searching the next few moments.
Although cameras didn't gain entry to the property during the search, it proved very fruitful.
The significance of the items that were found on that search showed that though the computer equipment had been used to take out policies of insurance for various people, so they're a really key piece of evidence for us.
After the search, the equipment was forensically examined and conclusively linked Ahmed to the fraud. His motor insurance con had finally stalled, and the next stop was court.
He pleaded guilty purely on the strength of the evidence that we had uncovered. He received 5 months imprisonment.
As far as Dave is concerned, the sentence sends out a strong message to would-be ghost brokers.
It's illegal, you can't do it, and if you are convicted, then you do stand the risk of going to prison.
First Group's buses carry around 1.7 million people every day, and passenger safety is a huge priority. Lee Ingram works for Transportation Claims, which handles claims for First Group. Every accident that results in a personal injury case against the company is thoroughly investigated. But not everything is as it seems at first glance.
It was alleged in early September 2014 that 2 ladies had been thrown from their seats due to a bus braking heavily.
This was in reaction to a car in front that had stopped to turn right. According to the claim, the women had suffered multiple serious injuries.
The injuries alleged were soft tissue injuries to the neck. One of the ladies was alleging an eye injury. There was an exacerbation of a pre-existing spinal condition, some injury to the ribs. All of these sorts of injuries would be commensurate with being thrown around a bus into the metal parts of the bus, the poles and the seats in front.
The value of the claim was therefore considerable.
Both of these claims combined would have been around about the £20,000 mark, and that would have covered the injuries themselves, the loss of earnings, treatment fees, and also the legal bills arising from bringing the claim.
According to First Group's records, the incident was real enough.
No one's denying that this is a genuine situation where a bus driver has had to brake heavily. So we've established that something has happened. The next thing we need to do is to prove whether the lady's injuries have been caused by this incident.
First Group buses are fitted with multiple CCTV cameras, so the next logical step was to check the recording from the day of the incident. All seemed normal at first.
So what we're seeing is a nice journey through what looks like sort of countryside type area.
The women in question are sat in the top right of the frame.
When I'm reviewing the footage, I'm expecting to see something like a zero-gravity space transmission with bodies flying around in slow motion, ricocheting off the inside of the bus.
Expecting to see being the operative phrase. The emergency stop is coming up, which supposedly resulted in multiple injuries to the women.
There's definitely an incident there. The bus has had to brake.
The passengers on the top deck and the driver can be seen reacting to the sudden braking. So let's see what happened to the two women. If what they claimed occurred is true, you're about to see something distressing. Brace yourselves. Oh, is that it? Am I missing something? According to the women, the incident had caused multiple serious injuries to the neck, eye, ribs and spine. But the footage put a very different spin on things.
There's nothing like what's actually been said. There's no sign of these two ladies being thrown from their seats, as has been alleged. We've got claims for rib injuries, eye injuries. Do you see any contact with the eye or ribs of either of these people on the bus? No, because it didn't happen. So this footage is just great in that it totally refutes anything that they're saying has happened.
No matter how many times you look at it, there's no way the footage shows an impact that could have resulted in multiple injuries. There's certainly no eye injury, although they may want their eyes tested if they think the footage backs up their claim. Their case is further undermined several minutes later when they reach their stop, get off the bus and stroll away, seemingly without a care in the world and showing absolutely no signs of injury. To make themselves seem more legitimate, the women had taken on legal representation.
I quote from one of the solicitor's comments, the force of the braking threw the claimant off her seat. That's utter bobbins. It didn't actually happen. You'd get thrown further off your seat if you had hiccups.
It was hard to swallow that the claim had come in at all.
Naturally, we sent the CCTV footage to the claimant's solicitors.
In most cases, that brings everything to an abrupt halt.
Unusually, we did actually receive a reply back this time saying that the claims were withdrawn. That's all very well and good, but it would be nice sometimes to just get a response saying, I'm sorry for wasting your time. I've been doing this job for 28 years and that's never happened yet, but a man's got to have a dream.
One day, Lee, one day. Ordinarily, when something you sent through the post goes missing, it's irritating. But if your whole business relies on posting products to clients, it could be disastrous. Missing post is something that Royal Mail takes very seriously. They've been providing a first-class service delivering our letters and parcels for the last 500 years. So when they heard about multiple postal losses affecting one person, they set up an investigation.
Royal Mail received around 90 claims for compensation of mail relating to mail being sent by Mr. Milan Cockman, being sent to various addresses throughout the world. What he was claiming that the items were actually lost in the post.
The claimant was involved in an online business which entailed supplying memory modules for digital storage. But there was a major problem that was affecting the business. According to him, almost every order he sent out was going missing. And he was having to claim back compensation from Royal Mail.
Because of the high volume of claims that were made by Mr. Cockman, Royal Mail Customer Services down in Plymouth have a separate investigation team, and they raised their concerns with myself, saying that the price that he was claiming, £50 per packet, and he'd been paid around £4,700, was excessive, and then I took on the investigation from there.
With such a large sum of money being delivered into his bank account, suspicions were raised. The investigation turned to the paperwork supplied by the claimant in support of each of the 90 payouts.
I looked at the invoices and they appear to be scanned.
This was immediately cause for concern, as claims require original documentation. The investigation then turned to the high-value products being sent out.
I then contacted the company where Mr. Cockman alleged that he brought them from, and they confirmed that the memory module value is in fact around £6 or £7 and not £50.
Was it possible that someone involved in memory storage could just forget the price of the product?
We also looked on the internet myself and again found that you could buy these memory modules for around £6, £7, not the £50 as Mr. Cockman had claimed.
By inflating the price by 8 times the true value, the claimant was posting a huge profit from the compensation payouts.
Having gathered proof of the fraud, I then contacted an inspector, a police inspector, and arranged for the arrest of Mr. Milan Cockman. We searched Mr. Cockman's home address and we recovered a number of computers which were forensically examined by Royal Mail's forensics team. And we also recovered a number of invoices which showed the actual amount Mr. Cockman had paid for each of the memory modules.
But the strongest evidence was, naturally, stored away digitally.
Mr. Cockman was quite upset after his arrest, and I think that's probably because there was such damning evidence that we recovered on his computers.
The case had fraud stamped all over it, and the claimant was eventually taken to court.
Mr. Cockman was found guilty of all the charges under the Fraud Act. He was sentenced to 4 weeks imprisonment, which was suspended for 18 months, 180 hours unpaid work, and had to pay compensation for £2,500 to Royal Mail.
The result of the trial sent out a strong message.
Royal Mail were very satisfied with the outcome of the case, and I think it shows that we will prosecute for every fraud offence.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1 billion every year. That's almost £3.5 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with covert surveillance systems.
That's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And a number of highly skilled police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, an insurance scam takes its toll.
These families have been broken due to their involvement in this fraud.
A dubious home insurance claim fails to get off the ground.
She then, quite bizarrely, suggested that 2 crows had entered her property on 2 separate occasions and caused very similar damage. Pretty implausible, really.
And a fake personal injury claim takes a tumble.
Once we looked at the CCTV footage, he just didn't have a leg to stand on.
Fraudsters seem to think that making a false claim involves little or no risk. But lying on legal documentation or in court actually carries a heavy penalty, as insurance cheats are increasingly finding out. Ursula Jello, LV's head of financial intelligence and crime solutions, worked on a case in which a taxi driver claimed that his car had been hit by one of their policyholders.
Jamil was driving along the road when our insured pulled out onto Mr. Jamil's taxi.
The resulting collision meant that the taxi driver was claiming for compensation.
The claim was for Mr. Jamil himself from an injury perspective, the damage to his vehicle, hire of a temporary car and storage. In addition to that, he was actually carrying 2 passengers at the time who both also put personal injury claims through. In total, the claim that was put forward totalled £145,000.
Maybe he'd left the meter running. It was a staggering amount of money for what sounded like a fairly minor collision, involving him, his passengers Farhana Kazmi and Shamila Salim, and an LV-insured driver. Further investigation was called for.
At LV, we have a number of indicators that tell us if we should be looking into a claim that might be suspicious of fraud. In this case, there were a few indicators that were met. Things like having a claim come through very close to when the policy is set up, which is what happened in this case. As we carried out further investigations, we found that actually the addresses that had been provided as part of the claim and also mobile phone numbers had also been used in very similar claims across the industry with other insurers. And actually we got in contact with some of those insurers and found that actually the claims were very, very similar and were definitely connected, and therefore we actually had an organised fraud ring.
If they were right, they'd uncovered criminality on a huge scale, involving multiple people and collisions. Ronan McCann from law firm Horwich Farrelly also worked on the case for the insurers affected. Initially, he focused on the suspicious addresses and the people who supposedly lived there.
It was my view that these policyholders didn't exist, and when we had investigators going to these properties, they were able to discover that they did not.
But to move the investigation up a gear, they also needed to test Mr. Jamil's version of events.
To find out what really happened, we sent out a forensic engineer. He identified that actually the damage to the vehicle wasn't consistent with the circumstances presented to us as part of the claim. In addition to that, he was able to understand that at the time of the accident, despite the third party saying that he was driving along, actually the car was stationary at the time. And that was quite damning.
The forensic engineering evidence drove away any doubts.
At this stage, it became clear to me what really happened. The organisers of this fraud had secured the cooperation of a number of different individuals and had taken their vehicles away, driving one into the other when one of them was stationary.
And it wasn't just the LV collision where the cars were proved to have been stationary at the time they sustained the damage.
This was a great piece of evidence which was common to each individual case. So we then were able to build up a picture of this fraud ring, and were able to see that the common features included the damage to the vehicles, in the fact that they were stationary when damaged, the fact that the policyholders didn't reside at the properties that were given. It was my view that these claimants, having signed witness statements, claim forms, were telling lies.
The insurers agreed and refused to pay out.
We did decline the claims, but actually the claimants then issued proceedings against us for their losses. So is that a surprise? Actually, to the insurance industry, that's not. That's something that we see every day, especially when it's organised fraudsters.
Driven on by greed, they seem to think that they can use the law to intimidate companies into giving them money. Legal action is an attractive route for fraudsters, because if they win, they get a payout, and if they lose, there's no comeback. Or at least that's what Mr. Jamil and his associates, including Kazmi, assumed. Ronan thought differently.
I recommended to the insurance company that instead of simply allowing claimants to discontinue, that we proceed with a separate application to transfer the matter to the High Court and to seek to pursue them in contempt of court by way of a prosecution which could result in a jail term.
The tables were about to be turned on the fraudsters. and they would now be the ones being pursued through the courts. With the stakes raised, there was a surprising development in the case.
Unusually, I received a telephone call from Farana Kazmi, one of the claimants involved in the LV claim. She telephoned me to say that she was really sorry for being involved, that the claim was in fact dishonest, and what should she do? To that, I confirmed to her that she should simply tell the truth, send a letter to the court or a statement to the court, and to myself, I said that would have the effect that the court may well be more sympathetic.
She took his advice and made a full confession.
A sentence from her letter puts this into context. I am truly sorry for what I've done and the time that has been wasted. I've wanted to come clean ages ago and was scared of the consequences.
True to her word, she then stuck to her honest version of events under the pressure of cross-examination.
She stood firm and confirmed that this accident was staged, that she wasn't involved in it, and that she was apparently going to get 1/3 of the money.
She made a credible witness, and in the end, the three others, Salim, Jamil and Aziz, admitted the charges. For falsely trying to claim £145,000, they were hit with a combined total of 22 months in prison.
Farana Kazmi, who had been quite courageous, was handed a 12-week sentence which was suspended for 6 months.
The much smaller sentence reflected her honesty.
There's a very sad side to this story, which is the human cost.
All the fraudsters were parents, and in some cases were the sole breadwinners for their families.
These families have been broken due to their involvement in this fraud. They were the authors of their own misfortune, and this really sends out a message to anyone getting involved in fraudulent claims to stay well away.
Later, a phone claimant's story lacks the ring of truth.
And what date was it that this happened?
And a shocking injury leads to a bogus compensation claim.
That's the point where his leg has snapped and the bone is probably on the outside of his body by now.
Queues, overcrowding and cancelled trains. All part of the commuting experience for the 4 million people who use public transport to get to work in England and Wales every day. As if that's not bad enough, one man recently got home to discover that he'd lost his phone during the journey. Andy Morris is the Chief Marketing Officer for Assurance Solutions, a company that provides cover for mobile devices.
We received a call from this particular claimant. They had lost a high specification iPhone.
Thank you for returning my phone call. The reason I needed to speak to you, sir, was just about the claim that you have with us at the moment for your missing mobile phone. Okay, so can you just talk me through what happened on the day that your phone went missing, please?
I had my lunch over there in town centre.
Yeah.
I just, usually I do lunch. I just had the burgers over there. I was over there having burgers, then I know that I had a mobile with me.
It was only later that he realised he'd lost the phone. In line with standard procedure, the case was reviewed by the company's claims handlers.
We have a unique sort of fraud scoring system which will identify trends or likelihoods or people who have a propensity to submit a false claim. But this particular claimant was a little bit vague, which is not uncommon for people when they've lost their phone.
When was the last time that you made a phone call from that phone or sent a text message?
Since about 2 o'clock.
Sorry?
About 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock.
So around 1:30, 2 o'clock, so after you finished work?
Yeah.
Okay, that's no problem at all. And what date was it that this happened?
The date, exactly. Could you check here on your system because my memory's very bad. That's why I lost my mobile.
The claim was flagged as needing further investigation, and the fraud team interviewed the man in more detail.
Have you ever sold a mobile phone at all?
Sorry, what?
Have you ever sold a mobile phone?
Sold?
Sold, yeah.
No, I didn't sold.
You never sold a phone, okay?
No.
And have you ever advertised a mobile phone up for sale for either yourself or for somebody else in the past 12 months?
No.
Okay.
He sounds pretty certain, but it turns out his faulty memory has let him down again.
You also advised that you'd never sold a phone before and you'd never put a phone up for sale for yourself or for anybody else. Okay.
I did before somebody else. Not for me.
Okay, so who was that and when did you do that?
He was my friend.
Okay, and when did you do that?
About 1 month before.
But the absent-minded claimant was forgetting something else, something very important.
One of the amazing things about this case is the evidence that we obtained was that the claimant was advertising for sale on an online sales site the same phone, exactly the same specification, with the same contact details, personal contact details that he'd submitted for the claim form.
As part of our assessment, what I've done is I've put your contract telephone number you're claiming on, and it shows me a recent advert that's been placed for an iPhone 6 64GB. Okay, just stating that phone has gone up for sale. Okay, and that phone was put up for sale since you took out this contract for your iPhone 6 64GB. Okay, and so can you just explain that for me if you've never sold a phone?
I'm just wondering, I didn't hold any contract mobile. I told you I just sold it once for my friend.
Yeah, so that was for the Galaxy Note. But I can see that you've placed an advert using your contract telephone number to sell an iPhone 6 64GB.
From my email address, yeah?
From your contract telephone number.
From my contestant phone number?
Yeah.
Despite the claimant's vague response, the situation was crystal clear. The phone that he was claiming a payout for was also on sale. The suspicion was that he'd never lost it and that he was attempting to get a double payout.
Our fraud team telephoned this customer to question, was there any mitigation or was there a reason for it?
You would need to be able to provide an explanation with regards to that.
The claimant had informed our agent that somebody had stolen their identity.
Maybe it's a scam or something like that, because I haven't got anything like that.
Okay, what I would advise you to do then is to have a look at that advert. If you feel as if somebody has set up a fake advert and you need to get written confirmation from them that a fraudulent advert has been set up using your information.
Double whammy. According to the claimant, they'd lost their phone and their identity had been stolen. But shortly afterwards, his run of bad luck and memory loss ended.
We were unexpectedly contacted 3 days later by the claimant, who said there was no further action necessary, that amazingly they had found the original phone and that they no longer needed our services.
It was an incredible twist of fate. As soon as he'd been informed the claim wasn't going to go any further, the phone in question turned up and the claim was dropped.
If you're thinking about defrauding because it's just £500 or it's just a little handset, actually it's still a financial crime.
Accidental damage to your possessions can leave you spitting feathers. But that's where household insurance comes in, even if the culprit isn't human. Scott Clayton is Zurich's Claims, Fraud and Investigations Manager and recently dealt with a claim from a policyholder who'd gotten into a flap.
The initial claim that came in was that she said that she'd been woken at 6 o'clock in the morning with a disturbance downstairs. On going downstairs, she found out that a crow had actually come into the property and it was trying to escape. So in its panic, or doing whatever crows do, then it was making quite a mess in its attempts to escape.
According to the claimant, the feathered offender had caused mayhem. The claim was accompanied by photos, which showed the extent of the damage, if you look closely enough.
I mean, she said that a fireplace had been damaged by this crow, the carpets, not just in her living room, but in the hallway and stairs had been damaged, which needed cleaning. Curtains had been soiled and damaged. A mirror had fallen off the actual wall. When you added all the items up, it was around about £5,500.
A considerable sum, which seemingly flew in the face of the photographic evidence. But at this stage, there was no reason to doubt the policyholder's word. In Scott's experience, this type of wildlife claim isn't a particularly rare sighting.
It's actually not hugely unusual for a crow or a bird to actually find its way into a property. When they do find themselves cornered and they're trying to escape, then frequently we do get claims for the mess that they cause.
It was only on closer examination that foul play was suspected.
We investigated the claim like we normally do and looked into the background of the policyholder, and we managed to find out that she'd actually made several previous claims with other insurers. So we looked specifically into one claim because it had very similar hallmarks to this one, and managed to establish that, sure enough, she'd made a virtually identical claim to our previous insurers for damage caused by a crow.
This certainly ruffled feathers with the fraud team. They were convinced that there had never been a crow invasion, and the policyholder was attempting to bring a false claim.
We sent our investigator out to see the policyholder, took a statement from her. She actually denied that she'd made any previous claims for bird damage. She denied having previous claims with other insurers, but clearly we knew that was different. So we ultimately challenged her on those facts, and she eventually admitted that she had made a previous claim with another insurer for this damage.
But even then, she tried to wing it with an unconvincing explanation.
She then, quite bizarrely, suggested that 2 crows had entered her property on 2 separate occasions and caused very similar damage. Pretty implausible, really.
Her bird-brained cover story wasn't going to fly, and there would be no payout from Zurich.
That wasn't the end of it. She obviously knew the repercussions for what she'd done, so she probably in an attempt to try and make things easier for her, wrote us a letter of apology. The letter said, "I'm very sorry for the misleading statement I gave to you on your visit to my home, and I now wish to withdraw my claim, and again I wish to apologise for any inconvenience I may have caused you and your company, and I do hope this will bring this matter to a close. I would very much appreciate this."
The case may not have gone any further, but there are still serious consequences.
Not only did she lie to Zurich when she took the policy out, but she lied to her previous insurer. Although she admitted that she'd made a fraudulent claim, it doesn't stop there, because she's going to find it very difficult to obtain insurance in the future.
With no payout and a big question mark against her financial prospects, the whole saga has left the policyholder with nothing to crow about.
If you're going to lie to your insurance company, don't underestimate how much they collaborate in terms of the data and information. And if you get caught lying, the consequences of doing that are quite severe, either through lifestyle, employment, or ultimately getting future insurance.
Losing your keys is normally just one of those challenges that life throws at you every so often. But if lost keys fall into the wrong hands, the consequences can be severe. Mark Chiappino is the Counter-Fraud Claims and Policy Validation Manager at Direct Line. A customer, Mr. Singh, recently got in touch to lodge a claim for items he said had been stolen in a burglary.
We received a 9-page list from him detailing the items that had allegedly been stolen. This included 2 mobile phones, 2 laptops, 4 cameras, the £2,000 cash, and £35,000 worth of jewellery.
A 9-page list is all very well, but a high-value insurance claim requires additional proof of ownership.
We asked him to substantiate the amount of jewellery that had been taken, and he subsequently emailed us several photographs.
These show the extent of the pilfered plunder. The burglars were lucky to net such a large haul, not least because, according to Mr. Singh, they gained entry to the property purely by chance.
His wife had dropped her keys in the street, and the thieves had used the keys to enter his property. This was despite the fact that there was no identifying marks on the keys to indicate which property was his.
What a stroke of luck for the thieves. Finding a random set of keys on the street, locating the right house by fluke, and then pocketing a fortune in valuables. There was something that didn't sound quite right.
Alarm bells were ringing right from the start of this claim. There was an unusual set of circumstances, a high value of items had been stolen. He was also really pushy and looking for us to settle this claim straight away.
But that simply wasn't going to happen. With so many question marks, Direct Line wanted to unlock exactly what had occurred with the keys.
The second time we spoke to him, he gave us a different version of events. The first time he had told us that his wife had dropped the keys in the street. The second time we spoke to him, he changed his story, telling us that the keys had actually been inadvertently left in the lock when they left the house. This merely served to confirm our suspicions that this was a case warranting much deeper investigation.
Direct Line then analysed the photographs that Singh had supplied.
Despite his assertion that the photographs had been taken some time ago, they were actually date-stamped to within a half-hour period, 24 hours after he had said the burglary had occurred.
Proving that he had the bling in his possession all along.
The whole claim and the alleged burglary had been totally fabricated in order that he could claim £60,000 worth of money to which he was not entitled.
Unsurprisingly, he didn't receive a penny in compensation.
After rejecting his claim, we never heard any more from this individual.
But that's not where the matter rested. The case was passed to IFED, the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Since IFED started in 2012, we've dealt with over 1,200 people through arrests or interviews, and we've brought over 100 people to justice in courts.
This elite squad has prevented millions of pounds being paid out to criminals in fraudulent claims. IFED started an investigation into Mr. Singh and the very many versions of what had happened.
Looking at all the evidence that we were given, it was obvious to us that there had been no burglary, and this was a fairly blatant attempt to try and carry out insurance fraud and line his own pockets.
The next stage was for them to pay Singh a visit.
When IFED detectives went to Mr. Singh's address and arrested him and carried out a search, we found his jewellery and his electrical items all safe and sound inside a safe in the house.
These photos were taken on the day of the arrest. They clearly show some of the same pieces of jewellery that Singh had said had been stolen when he submitted his claim.
I think Mr. Singh was surprised to get a knock on the door from police detectives. I think he thought that having had his insurance claim refused was the end of it. He certainly didn't expect to find himself in a police station.
Let alone court, but that's where he ended up.
When Mr. Singh appeared at the Old Bailey, he pleaded guilty to fraud, and he was sentenced to a suspended prison sentence, 100 hours community service, in order to pay £1,300 in costs and fines.
His bungled scheme to gain tens of thousands of pounds in compensation had completely backfired, and he was now much worse off than before.
This was a pretty unsophisticated attempt to defraud the insurer. There wasn't a great deal of thought put into it, as his web of lies was pretty quickly uncovered. It was certainly a very greedy attempt, though.
No matter how well or badly thought through the fraud is, would-be insurance cheats need to think twice.
The industry works really closely with police units like mine, and we will come after you.
It's no secret that railway stations with their fast-moving trains, escalators and crowds of people carry an element of risk. But most people manage to avoid any drama by using basic common sense. Most people. Any personal injury claims involving transportation company First Group are thoroughly investigated. Lee Ingram is the claims team manager and recently dealt with a railway station injury.
We received a claim following an alleged tripping incident where a gentleman's saying that he's fallen over a defective paving slab.
According to the man, he took a heavy fall that resulted in a horrific injury.
The claim that came in was for a compound fracture to the shin bone, so it's one of the bigger bones in your leg. The compound fracture element means that the bone is broken and has actually pierced the skin. It sounds like a pretty nasty injury, and it is.
It was no surprise then that the claimant was after a substantial amount of compensation.
The value of the claim was around about £55,000, comprising of the injury itself. There would have been a loss of earnings claim, a care claim arising from the fact he would have needed help with domestic chores, and the legal cost bills on top of that.
Lee's team decided to track down the offending paving slab, which was said to have caused the trip. They were expecting to find a crater. Instead, they found this. A tiny crack, approximately 3 millimeters deep, the same thickness as a pound coin. This element of his story was starting to look groundless, so they checked the station's CCTV to look at where on the platform the accidents happened. The man can be seen at the far end of the platform, at the top of the screen.
The defect that he's alleging is nowhere near there. Is some 30 feet away from where he's actually saying it happened. He doesn't even get to that part of the platform.
The man's story was starting to look shaky, and rewinding the tape even further caused it to fall down completely.
So here comes the gentleman up to the gate, and lo and behold, he's actually limping when he comes into the station. So this is before the incident's even happened. He goes through the barrier. He's obviously in a rush to catch a train, so he's run through the barrier as quickly as he can. He's taken a very sharp right-hand turn, and then he stops. That's the point where his leg is snapped, and the bone is probably on the outside of his body by now. He can't go on any further.
And neither could his claim. The CCTV showed that after snapping the bone, he could barely hobble to the nearest bench. So while the horrific injury was real, the alleged reason for it happening was completely false.
The evidence in this case is particularly convincing in the fact that it flies in the face of everything that he said.
The claimant's version of events simply didn't stand up to scrutiny, but the real kicker was a piece of witness evidence.
Paramedics were called and they've arrived quite quickly. This chap has actually told them that he's injured his leg earlier that day, so he was already carrying an injury, as we've seen from the footage. Fortunately, his comments to the paramedics were witnessed by a gentleman who was working for us, but he previously worked for the Met Police for 19 years, so a very credible witness to have overheard this particular statement.
By this stage, the man's claim had been run into the ground.
In light of the overwhelming evidence, which showed that everything this gentleman was saying just wasn't true, we had no choice but to turn this claim down, and funnily enough, we've never heard back.
The claimant finally accepted that the claim had hit the buffers and that he had only himself to blame for the injury.
I do feel sorry for the guy, but yeah, really, he shouldn't be trying to blame us for the incident when he knows full well there was no defect. Once we looked at the CCTV footage, he just didn't have a leg to stand on.